Chapter 659. In the blink of an eye, it was nighttime. The violent sea breeze howled for an entire day and only gradually stopped after sunset. At this moment, the surface of the East Sea was calm and sparkling. It was no longer as violent as it was during the day. Yifan and Akatsuki sat across from each other in the sleeping cabin. They chatted softly as they drank tea. In the corner of the sleeping cabin, the charcoal fire in the exquisite and quaint stove was burning brightly. The flames burned brightly and warmed the entire sleeping cabin. The white fox was lying beside the stove, comfortably taking a nap. During the day, the small boat was swayed by the sea breeze. As a fox, it was dizzy from the violent swaying of the small boat and couldn't rest at all. Now that the sea was calm, it was exhausted and fell asleep early. What? The two of you are fighting on purpose for Matsumoto Takeyoshi to see? Akatsuki, who had taken off her veil, asked in shock. That's right. Yifan slowly picked up the teapot on the wooden table and poured tea for Akatsuki as he said calmly. As for his arrival, I already knew in advance. What? What's going on? Akatsuki asked Yifan. Yifan smiled and put down the teapot. He told Akatsuki about his encounter with Chi Yao on the cloud path. When she heard Chi Yao's request to Yifan, Akatsuki was shocked and her expression changed drastically. This Chi Yao has a huge appetite. He actually wants the 3 great divine weapons of Japan? Akatsuki exclaimed. Yifan nodded. If that's the case, does Matsumoto Takeyoshi really have the 3 great divine weapons? Akatsuki muttered to herself. As far as I know, one of the 3 great divine weapons, the sword of Kusanagi, is in Matsumoto Takeyoshi's hands. As for the other 2, I don't know. Yifan took a sip of tea and said, he got this news from his brother Kim on the day of his wedding with Fujiwara no Chiko, so it should be true. He didn't know what kind of weapon the sword of Kusanagi was and how powerful it was. However, from his brother Kim's tone, it should be powerful. As for the other 2 divine weapons, the Mirror of Yada and Yasaka Jade, he didn't know anything. The sword of Kusanagi is in Matsumoto Takeyoshi's hands? Yuki Honji frowned. Why? Is this sword very powerful? Yifan looked up at Akatsuki and asked. This sword's original name is Kusanagi sword. It was a divine weapon that the ancient Japanese god Susanoo obtained from the body of the demon god Yamada no Orochi. It's so powerful that even the sword of Tatsuka couldn't match it. Akatsuki explained to Yifan with a frown. Later on, I heard that this sword hid in the sea and disappeared. I didn't expect Matsumoto Takeyoshi to obtain this sword. Yifan frowned after hearing this. After hearing what Akatsuki said, this sword of Kusanagi was indeed extraordinary. If he were to encounter it in the future, he must not underestimate it. That Chiao really doesn't want to live anymore. He even wants Matsumoto Takeyoshi's things. Akatsuki opened her red lips slightly, took a sip of tea, and said with a serious face, whether he wants Matsumoto Takeyoshi or not is his business. It has nothing to do with me. As long as it's beneficial for me to find the cauldron, it's up to him. Yifan said calmly. But didn't you agree to help him? Akatsuki asked Yifan. I only agreed to help him find out the whereabouts of the 3 divine weapons. As for how he obtained the 3 divine weapons and his motive, I'm not interested. Yifan said, do you really believe that he will help you find out the whereabouts of the cauldron? Akatsuki asked, it doesn't matter if he sincerely helps me. What's important is that he can divert Matsumoto Takeyoshi's attention. Yifan said to Akatsuki with a smile. Matsumoto Takeyoshi is an old fox. He definitely won't easily believe him. This way, the water will be muddied and we will have an easier time. Since Matsumoto Takeyoshi has doubts about his loyalty, why did he bring him into the camp? Akatsuki asked. It's very simple. It's to divert me. Yifan said. Divert you? Akatsuki asked again. That's right. Yifan put down the hot tea in his hand and looked at Akatsuki. Although Matsumoto Takeyoshi is cautious about Chi Yao joining us, he has no doubts about the hatred between the 2 of us. Therefore, he doesn't have to worry about the two of us working together. This is also the main reason why he dared to take Chi-Yao in. No wonder Matsumoto Takeyoshi signaled Yamada, Shingo, not to stop the two of you when the two of you were fighting today. It turns out that he was spying on whether the two of you were acting. Akatsuki said with a sudden realization. That old fox is very shrewd. Of course, he wants to test how deep the hatred between the two of us is. He can also use this opportunity to test the quality of Chi-Yao. Yi Fan said with a smile. Today, if you didn't tell me that the two of you were acting, even I would have been fooled by the two of you. Akatsuki said with a smile. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have intervened. Your slash can be said to be a stroke of genius. It was just right. Yi Fan said with a smile. If you didn't intervene, the two of us wouldn't know how far the two of us would have gone. It seems that Chi-Yao has now turned from an enemy to a friend. Akatsuki said. Both an enemy and a friend. Yi Fan said with a smile. Both an enemy and a friend? Akatsuki asked in confusion. Then what the two of you said in front of Matsumoto Takeyoshi, both true and false. Yi Fan said with a smile again. Akatsuki was even more confused. That Chi-Yao molested my wife, sucked away the spiritual power of succubus, humiliated me verbally, and beat me up. This hatred will be avenged in the future, but the time has not come yet. Yi Fan picked up the teacup on the table and said with a smile. Yi Fan said those words casually with a calm expression on his face. However, the more calm he was, the more Akatsuki felt a trace of murderous intent from Yi Fan's words. You have to be careful of that, Chi-Yao. Yi Fan put down the teacup and reminded Akatsuki. This person is evil and lustful. He is even worse than Sato Kawakara. When you meet him, you must be very careful. If he dares to do anything to me, I will show him my swordsmanship. Akatsuki narrowed her eyes and said, Your swordsmanship and ninjutsu are indeed very powerful. If it was a year ago, you might be able to fight him to a draw. However, things are different now. If you fight him now, I'm afraid you won't be able to last more than 3 moves. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki seriously. You must know that he was the leader of the 4 guardians of the Tsimming Hall. His cultivation level is very high. Later, he planned a sneak attack to suck away all the spiritual power of succubus. His cultivation level increased greatly. Now, he created the secret technique, Yin-Yang Dual Life Technique. His cultivation level is not what it used to be. Even I have to put in a lot of effort to get rid of him, let alone you. He is so powerful. Akatsuki was shocked when she heard Yi Fan say this. If his cultivation level is not so high, why would Matsumoto Takeyoshi take him under his wing and restrain me? Yi Fan asked. Akatsuki nodded. When I'm not here, you must not come into contact with him alone. Otherwise, he will use evil techniques to control you. Do you understand? Yi Fan instructed Akatsuki. Don't worry. If you aren't here, I won't stay on the ship. Akatsuki smiled and said, You won't stay on a ship? What do you mean? Yi Fan was confused. From now on, wherever you go, I will go. Akatsuki supported her chin with one hand and looked at Yi Fan tenderly. Yi Fan was taken aback, then shook his head and smiled. What are you smiling about? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. What? You won't part ways with me? Miss you? Yi Fan smiled and reached out to pick up an apple from the fruit platter on the wooden table. He leaned back and took a bite. I just left you, and you were taken away for 10 days. Akatsuki said with a smile. If I'm not by your side in the future, I'm afraid you'll get lost and be bullied, Mr. Buffon. You're a follower. Shame, shame, shame. Yi Fan took big bites of the apple as he looked at Yu Hongji and laughed. Little brat, haha. Akatsuki said as she made a face at Yi Fan. The cabin of the warship was brightly lit. Yamada-kun, in your opinion, what do you think of this Chi-Yao? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked the man in white as he gently scraped the tea in his cup with the lid. In terms of cultivation, this person is indeed hard to come by. The man in white standing behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi said. But in terms of loyalty, this person is worthless. Oh, why do you think so, Yamada-kun? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked as he took a sip of the fragrant tea. This person took the initiative to join the army. There must be a reason, the man in white said. With this person's cultivation, if he wants to be rich and powerful, it's as easy as turning over his hand. Why would he join the army of Sir? Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't say anything and continued to drink his tea quietly. He came to join the army of Sir, saying that he wants to help Sir achieve great things. But in fact, that's not the case, the man in white continued. In my opinion, this person volunteered himself for an ulterior motive. What is his motive? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked. Perhaps it's to avoid being hunted down by the swimming hall, or perhaps it's just a pretense to join the army of Sir, the man in white said. Matsumoto Takeyoshi nodded. As far as I know, this person's status in the swimming hall is extremely high, and he's the head of the 4 great protectors. The swimming hall's wealth is comparable to that of an entire country, and his strength is so strong that anyone who talks about him pales, the man in white continued. Such wealth and power can't satisfy him, which shows how big his appetite is. He can betray his master, Chui Ziwen, and in the future, he will naturally betray you, sir. Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned. The last sentence of the man in white hit the nail on the head. Matsumoto Takeyoshi hated disloyalty the most. Demons who killed without batting an eyelid, vicious and merciless experts, and insidious and cunning experts. He could treat all of them with respect and treat them with respect, but disloyalty was the only thing he couldn't tolerate. And this Chi Yao happened to be a disloyal person. In your opinion, what should we do with this Chi Yao? Matsumoto Takeyoshi continued to drink his tea. It's very simple. Give him a few missions to do and test him, the man in white replied. If it's useful, use it cautiously, and if it's not, discard it. Chapter 660. The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan and Baihu got up early and walked out of the cabin. They arrived on the deck and comfortably breathed in the fresh sea air. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and it was very warm. The sea was calm and blue in color. It made people feel relaxed and enlightened. Yi Fan had silver hair and was dressed in a black robe. He stretched his arms in a relaxed manner, and Baihu yawned lazily. Her eyes were still drowsy. Whoosh, a black light flew from the opposite warship and went straight into the sky. It left a long black trail behind it and disappeared into the clouds. Yi Fan was stretching his body when he frowned. Then he smiled in relief. That black light belonged to none other than Chi Yao. If he had guessed correctly, Chi Yao must be working for Matsumoto Takeyoshi. On one hand, Chi Yao would try his best to gain Matsumoto Takeyoshi's trust. On the other hand, Matsumoto Takeyoshi would give him an extremely difficult task to complete in order to test whether Chi Yao was loyal or not. It could be said that the two of them had hit it off and were using each other. Rumble. Yi Fan was thinking when Baihu's stomach issued a rumbling sound. Yi Fan smiled and turned his head to look at Baihu. Baihu shook her fluffy head and looked at Yi Fan with an innocent look on her face. Are you hungry? Yi Fan asked Baihu with a smile. Baihu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Wait here, brother, you will get you something to eat. Yi Fan bent down and stroked Baihu's head as he said with a smile. Yi Fan stood up and prepared to return to the cabin to get some food for Baihu. There was a lot of food stored on this ship. There were all kinds of dried animal meat, all kinds of dehydrated vegetables, and all kinds of spices. Woo! Just as Yi Fan leaned into the cabin, Baihu, who was standing on the deck, let out an excited cry. Yi Fan straightened up and looked at Baihu. He saw Baihu stomping her feet in excitement, her eyes shining as she looked at the deck of the ship opposite her. Her pink tongue was sticking out, and her saliva was flowing out. Yi Fan lifted his gaze and revealed a faint smile. On the deck of the battleship, Akatsuki, whose face was covered by a veil, lightly tapped the deck with the tip of her foot. A red shadow soared into the air and flew over. Greedy fellow. Yi Fan walked slowly to Baihu's side and laughed. Since he was trapped in Feishue Peak in Tibet, Baihu had not tasted Akatsuki's cooking for many days. No wonder he was so excited. Shwa. Akatsuki, dressed in red and carrying a food box, landed in front of Yifan. Rub! Baihu rushed in front of Akatsuki, shaking its head and wagging its tail in excitement. Are you hungry? Xiao Xiao. Akatsuki put down the food box, leaned down, and stroked Baihu's forehead with a smile. Woo! Baihu whined while wagging its tail. Come, try the pastries I made for you. Akatsuki opened the food box, took out a few plates of pastries, and put them on the deck. The white fox lowered its head and began to eat in big bites. It has been thinking about you for many days. Yifan smiled as he looked at Baihu, who was wolfing down the food. You eat some too. I made your share. Akatsuki stood up and said to Yifan, Did you forget? I ate the fiery sun jujubes, so I'm not hungry. I'll leave these for Xiao Xiao. Yifan smiled at Akatsuki. I'm not asking you to eat them. Come, try a piece. Akatsuki took out a piece of pastry from the food box and handed it to Yifan. Yifan smiled, took it, and ate it in small bites. Did you know that Qi Yao left early in the morning to carry out a mission? Akatsuki asked Yifan. Yeah, I saw it, Yifan said while chewing the pastry. I wonder what mission Matsumoto Takeyoshi gave him. Akatsuki frowned. That's easy. When he comes back, I'll find a chance to ask him. Yifan said. Right, we also have a new mission. Akatsuki turned around and said to Yifan. New mission? What new mission? Yifan frowned and asked Akatsuki. Here. Akatsuki took out a letter from her bosom and handed it to Yifan. Yifan took the envelope with a suspicious look. He took out the letter and unfolded it. On the letter, there were a few words written in elegant handwriting. Hunan, Thundertown, Luoyu Village. Luoyu Village? Yifan muttered to himself. Yeah. Akatsuki nodded. What else did Matsumoto Takeyoshi say when he gave you the mission? Yifan asked Akatsuki. Akatsuki shook her head. It seems that we have to go to Hunan. Yifan said. With a thought, he activated the fire snake Dragon Ball in his body. Bang! A red light flashed in Yifan's hand and the letter burned. It turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. When are we leaving? Akatsuki asked. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Yifan said calmly. It was obvious that the location given by Matsumoto Takeyoshi was related to the Nine Cauldrons. And now, he and Matsumoto Takeyoshi were not the only ones looking for the Nine Cauldrons. The old man in the dragon robe was also looking for the Nine Cauldrons. He was the descendant of the Great Song Dynasty's royal family. Since this person dared to reveal his identity and look for the Nine Cauldrons on his own, he must be extraordinary. He must collect the patterns of the Nine Cauldrons before this person. After the time of drinking a cup of tea, 2 people and 1 fox appeared high in the sky. Yifan and Akatsuki stepped on the auspicious clouds. They were shrouded in spirit energy and quickly floated in the direction of Hunan. Inside the spirit energy shield, Baihu lay quietly on Yifan's shoulder. Its eyes were calm. It had long been accustomed to Yifan's habit of leaving at will. Thundertown? Falling Rain Village? Why is the name of this place so strange? Above the clouds, Akatsuki turned its head and asked Yifan, Is it possible that this place has lightning, thunder, and torrential rain all day long? When I was young, I heard my father mention such a place. Yifan replied, I heard that there is always thunder and torrential rain in that place. As for whether my father was talking about Thundertown and Falling Rain Village, I don't remember clearly. Is there really such a place? Akatsuki asked in surprise. We'll know when we get there. Yifan smiled. The auspicious clouds flew like the wind and lightning. In less than half an hour, they arrived in the sky above Hunan. This is the boundary of Hunan. Yifan looked at the vast expanse of fertile land below the auspicious clouds and said, Hunan is so big. I wonder where Thundertown and Falling Rain Village are. Akatsuki asked, Let's go down and find someone to ask. Yifan said, Okay. Akatsuki replied, But before we go down, we have to disguise ourselves. Yifan looked at Akatsuki and said, Disguise ourselves? Akatsuki was puzzled. During the demon-slaying conference, you, me, and Xiao Xiao were already known to the world. If we don't disguise ourselves, we will be recognized as soon as we appear. Yi-Fan explained to Akatsuki. When Akatsuki heard this, she nodded thoughtfully. Yi-Fan was right. During the demon-slaying conference, she, Yi-Fan, and Baihu Xiaozhao were already known to the world. If they appeared rashly, they would be easily recognized by people from other sections. When that time came, the news of them coming to Hunan would spread like wildfire. It was very likely that it would cause unnecessary trouble. Disguising himself was a must. But here came a problem. She had only worn this red robe. She did not bring the beautiful white robe that Yi-Fan had bought for her. What should she do? Akatsuki frowned. Yi-Fan smiled. He could see through Akatsuki's thoughts. Leave the disguise to me. Yi-Fan smiled at Akatsuki. Close your eyes. I'll show you a magic trick. When Akatsuki heard Yi-Fan's words, she was stunned at first. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Yi-Fan's mind moved. He urged the demon spirit in his body and used the power of the blood demon. He gently waved his hand at Akatsuki. Hua! With a burst of bright red light slowly coming out from Akatsuki's body, Akatsuki's clothes instantly changed. At this time, Akatsuki was wearing a coarse and flowery dress. She wore a shabby bamboo hat. Around the bamboo hat, there was a hazy white veil. The red saber on her back had turned into a crisp bamboo pole. It was held in Akatsuki's hand. Open your eyes. Yi-Fan smiled. Akatsuki slowly opened her eyes. She lifted the veil that was hanging on the tattered bamboo hat. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at her strange appearance and the green bamboo pole in her hand in disbelief. She was flabbergasted and dumbstruck, as if she was in a dream. This is... Akatsuki could not believe that her appearance had changed in an instant. You look good. You look like a beekeeper. Yi-Fan looked at the transformed Akatsuki and said with a smile, beekeeper? Akatsuki with delicate features asked Yi-Fan. Yes, a beekeeper. Yi-Fan smiled. To prevent the bees from blocking their line of sight, beekeepers will wear a bamboo hat with a veil on it. With this thing, not only can you hide your true identity, you can also walk around openly without being suspected by outsiders. This bamboo pole, your saber. Yi-Fan smiled. I used the demon spirit to cast a camouflage on it. As long as you use your spirit energy, this bamboo pole will turn into a saber. It's very convenient. After Akatsuki heard this, she tried to use her spirit energy to activate the bamboo pole in her hand. But as the spirit energy in her hand gradually surged, the bamboo pole in her hand slowly turned into a red saber. Seeing this, Akatsuki's face was filled with shock. Yi-Fan's cultivation level was so high that it had far exceeded her imagination. Then what about you and Xiaozhao? What did you turn into? Akatsuki asked. Come and see. Yi-Fan smiled. He raised his hands and turned in a circle. Whoosh! Yi-Fan's body emitted a bright red light. When the bright light gradually dissipated, Akatsuki smiled. The Yi-Fan in front of her was dressed in coarse green clothes. He wore the same tattered bamboo hat as her. In addition, he was carrying a medium-sized bamboo basket on his back. How is it? Not bad, right? Yi-Fan lifted his veil and asked Akatsuki with a smile. Akatsuki pursed her lips and smiled. Baihu, who was standing on Yi-Fan's shoulder, looked back at the bamboo basket on Yi-Fan's back with a reluctant expression. Chapter 661. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi-Fan and Yu Hongji, who had disguised themselves, appeared on the mountain path below. Both of them were wearing worn bamboo hats with a faintly discernible veil hanging on the bamboo hats. They were dressed like beekeepers. Baihu was curled up in the bamboo basket on Yi-Fan's back with an innocent face. The bamboo basket was very finely woven and covered with a bamboo cover. It was impossible to see what was inside from the outside. Just in case, Akatsuki changed her usual breathing rhythm and became like an ordinary person. Yi-Fan also concealed the auspicious chi and devil spirit emitted from his body to prevent a cultivation expert from seeing any flaws. One of them carried a bamboo basket on his back, and the other held a bamboo pole in her hand. They pretended to be a beekeeper couple and walked on the tree-shaded path. At this time, The sun was high in the sky, and the forest was filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. In the fields not far away, farmers had already started to work in the fields. Someone is coming. Let's ask them about it. Yifan's 5 senses were amazing. He soon perceived the movement on the path ahead. Okay. Akatsuki nodded. Sure enough, after a while, 2 middle-aged men with hose and coarse clothes appeared in their line of sight. They were a man and a woman. One was carrying a water jar, and the other was carrying dry food. They were talking and laughing as they walked toward them. Judging from the intimacy they showed, the two should be husband and wife. Seeing this, Yifan nodded to Akatsuki and stepped forward to meet them. Big brother, big sister, I want to ask you about a place. I don't know if it's convenient for you. Yifan came in front of the middle-aged couple and asked politely. The middle-aged couple looked at each other and stopped. Who are you? What do you want to ask about? The middle-aged man put down his hoe and asked Yifan in a thick Hunan dialect. Big brother, we are beekeepers who travel around. We want to ask you about the way to Luoyu village. Akatsuki asked the middle-aged man in a crisp and sweet voice. Luoyu village? The middle-aged man was shocked. He turned his head to look at the middle-aged woman. Then, he looked at Yifan and said, Are you talking about the falling rain village in the Thunder Town? Yes. It's that Luoyu village. Yifan's eyes lit up and said. It seemed that they were lucky to have found the right person. Don't you all keep bees? Why do you want to go to that place where it thunders and rains every day? The woman beside the middle-aged man asked the two of them. Akatsuki was stunned by the middle-aged man's question. She turned to look at Yifan, not knowing how to answer. Hey, this meddlesome woman, why are you asking me this? The middle-aged man was at a loss when he heard Akatsuki, whose voice was like a lark, and immediately began to complain about his wife. I'm just asking, the middle-aged woman muttered when she heard her husband complaining about her. Big brother, big sister-in-law, you don't know this, but we came from the north. We're planning to settle down here and raise bees. When the weather in the north gets warmer, we'll rush back. Yifan smiled the two of them. After we arrived in Hunan, my wife heard about this strange place from somewhere and insisted on going to have a look. I couldn't stop her, so I asked big brother and big sister-in-law for directions. Look at how good he is to his wife, and look at you, the middle-aged woman said to the man. Last time, I asked you to take me to Kaifeng to play, but you didn't want to. We are farmers. Why would we go to that place? The middle-aged man said, Do you know how much it costs to go to Kaifeng and back? With that money, it's better to save it for Baoju to get married in the future. The woman rolled her eyes at the middle-aged man and did not speak. It could be seen that the life of the two was a bit tight. That Thunder Town is far from here, the middle-aged man said as he reached out and pointed behind him. Go north from here. After walking for 500 or 600 miles, there is a large wild bamboo forest. After passing the bamboo forest, you will see a town with thunder and rain all day long. That is Thunder Town. Luoyu village is in that town. If you walk there, it will take at least half a month to get there. When Yifan heard that Luoyu village was only 500 or 600 miles away from here, he was immediately happy. Thank you, big brother, Akatsuki said to the middle-aged man. I'm just showing you the way. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, But there is one thing I have to advise you. You better not go to Thunder Town. As for that Luoyu village, you can't go there either. When the middle-aged man said this, there was a flash of fear on his face. When the middle-aged woman heard the man's words, her face also turned pale. Big brother, what do you mean? Yifan and Akatsuki looked at each other and asked. We don't know. That place is not peaceful now. The middle-aged woman lowered her voice and said with fear on her face. Why, are there bandits there? Yifan asked. Bandits? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. If it were bandits, it would be easy to deal with. If it's not bandits, then what is the reason? Akatsuki asked. That place is not clean. The middle-aged man said with a pale face, as if he did not want to talk about it. Not clean? What's not clean? Akatsuki asked. She was a Japanese and did not understand the meaning of these 3 words. That place is haunted, the middle-aged woman said carefully to the two. When Akatsuki heard this, her face changed. She was not afraid of anything except for getting rid of ghosts. The reason was very simple. No matter how fast her swordsmanship was or how strong her ninjutsu was, it was useless against ghosts. Last time, the Sisui River. If it was not for Yi Fan's timely help, she would have been devoured by thousands of ghosts. So when she heard that the place was haunted, Akatsuki could not help but frown. Haunted? Yi Fan frowned when he heard that. I heard that the people there no longer dare to go out at night. Before the sun sets, every house is closed, the middle-aged man said. Anyone who goes out at night does not return. You two better not go to that place. The middle-aged man advised Yi Fan and Akatsuki. Is it that bad? Yi Fan asked with a frown. Listen to sister-in-law's advice. You should change your path. Don't lose your life just because you want to watch the show. The middle-aged woman said to the two, Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister-in-law. That ghost place, we husband and wife will not go. Yi Fan said and bowed to the two. Akatsuki also followed Yi Fan and bowed to the two. This is a matter of accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said. He carried the hoe and left with the woman. Looking at the middle-aged couple's back, Yi Fan took out a few golden leaves from his arms and gently threw them at the middle-aged woman. Brush, a few golden leaves fluttered in the air like golden butterflies and silently flew into the bag of dry rations behind the woman. The middle-aged couple was straightforward and kind-hearted, which made Yi Fan feel very close to them. These golden leaves could greatly change their living conditions and could also satisfy the middle-aged woman's wish to visit Kaifeng. What should we do now? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. Let's go to Luo Yu village. Yi Fan turned to Akatsuki and said, But there... Akatsuki hesitated. Don't worry, I'm here. It'll be fine. Yi Fan comforted Akatsuki. When he was in Sisui, the 10,000 ghost array couldn't hurt him. No matter how powerful the ghosts in Luo Yu village were, they couldn't do anything to him. Akatsuki nodded. Yi Fan's words made her feel safe. Let's go. After Yi Fan looked around and made sure there was no one around, he gently patted Akatsuki's shoulder and used his peerless movement technique. Brush. The two disappeared in an instant. Brush. In the blink of an eye, the two of them appeared high up in the sky, stepping on the auspicious clouds as their clothes fluttered in the wind. Yi Fan used the cloud urging technique to stimulate the auspicious clouds and quickly flew in the direction pointed by the middle-aged man. For Yi Fan, who was used to traveling on clouds, the distance of 500 to 600 kilometers could be said to be covered in the blink of an eye. After a short flight, the auspicious clouds under their feet slowly came to a stop. In the air in front of them, large expanses of dark clouds as black as ink were rolling. Kacha! Purple lightning flashed in the dark clouds from time to time, and the light was blinding. Boom! The sound of thunder was followed by the lightning, and the rumbling was deafening. At this time, Yi Fan had already transcended the heavenly tribulation, and the spirit chi in his body already contained the power of heavenly lightning, so he didn't care about the thunderstorm in front of him. However, Akatsuki was different. The difference between her cultivation level and Yi Fan's was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although she was now inside the light ball of spirit chi set up by Yi Fan, the purple lightning in front of her still made her feel frightened and frightened. At this moment, even the spirit chi in her body was shaken by the power of the heavenly lightning, which was close at hand, and it was wandering around uneasily. In front of the heavenly lightning, her spirit chi cultivation was simply negligible. Akatsuki bit her lower lip and tried to control the spirit chi in her body that was scattered around. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling. Seeing this, Yi Fan immediately controlled the spirit chi in his palm and gently pressed it on Akatsuki's shoulder. At the same time, he used the cloud ascension technique to quickly raise the auspicious clouds under their feet. Brush. The huge white auspicious cloud supporting the two of them quickly rose under Yi Fan's control and instantly rose more than 1,000 feet. Huff! Huff! Akatsuki's face was pale, and her chest was moving up and down violently as she gasped for breath. Just now, the spiritual pressure of the heavenly lightning had almost made her breathless. If it weren't for Yi Fan's spirit chi supporting her, she would have fainted for a long time. Yi Fan was very clear about Akatsuki's reaction. The spiritual pressure of the heavenly lightning was so strong that it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, what made him feel strange was that from beginning to end, Baihu Xiaozhao, who was curled up in the bamboo basket on his back, didn't show any signs of abnormality. As a fox, not only did it not feel uncomfortable, but also stuck its head out and opened the bamboo basket lid with its head. Its front paws grabbed the bamboo basket, and it looked at the scene outside with a pair of clear eyes in amazement. Chapter 662. Above the auspicious clouds, Yi Fan looked at the panting Akatsuki and asked, "How are you feeling? Are you feeling better?" I'm fine," Akatsuki replied as she panted heavily. With the help of Yi Fan's pure spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in Akatsuki's body gradually calmed down and returned to normal. Akatsuki's pale face also began to regain its color. At this time, in the dark clouds below the white, auspicious clouds, the sound of thunder was deafening and soul-stirring. "Let's go down and find a place to rest," Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. "Okay, I'll listen to you," Akatsuki replied. Yi Fan nodded. With a thought, he activated the ball of spiritual energy, and it left the auspicious cloud beneath his feet with a whoosh. It turned into a dazzling white ray of light, and instantly pierced through the clouds that were as thick as ink and fell from the sky. It was a thunderstorm now. The residents of the town below must have closed their doors and hid in their homes. Because of this, Yi Fan didn't have to worry about his movement technique causing a commotion among the residents. Whoosh, the spiritual energy ball that enveloped the two of them passed through the dark clouds and immediately rushed into the heavy rain falling from the sky. Buzz, a translucent ball of light, enveloped the spiritual energy ball. When the heavy rain was less than a foot away from the translucent ball of light, it suddenly changed direction and went around it. The water-repelling pearl in Yi Fan's arms began to take effect. Whoosh, in the heavy rain, the dazzling white star was like light and lightning, rapidly descending. In the blink of an eye, the two of them landed in an unoccupied pavilion on the ground. The pavilion was located in a willow forest. There was a stone table and 4 stone stools inside. It looked simple and elegant. Yi Fan dispersed the spiritual energy ball and placed the bamboo basket he was carrying on his back on the stone table. He then released the white fox that had been cooped up inside to get some fresh air. Baihu nimbly leaped from the bamboo basket onto the stone table. It shook its head and wagged its tail, stretching its body. This should be Thunder Town. Akatsuki lifted the veil on her bamboo hat and slowly walked to the pavilion. She looked at the torrential rain outside and asked, "According to what the couple said, this should be it." Yi Fan took off his bamboo hat and placed it on the stone table. He then sat down on the stone stool and stroked Baihu's head. "I wonder when this rain will stop," Akatsuki said as she reached out to catch the raindrops that were falling from the eaves of the pavilion. "It should stop in a while," Yi Fan said. "At least it will become smaller." "How did you know?" Akatsuki turned to look at Yi Fan and asked. "Even if we are in the falling rain village, this rain won't last long," Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. "Why?" Akatsuki was puzzled. "Think about it. If this place had been raining like this every day, it would have become a vast ocean. How could there still be people living here?" Yi Fan said with a smile. "If that's the case, it wouldn't be called Falling Rain Village. If it's not called Falling Rain Village, then what is it called?" Akatsuki asked. "Falling Water Village," Yi Fan said with a smile. Akatsuki pursed her lips and smiled. Although Yi Fan's words were a joke, they did make some sense. "In a while, we will find someone to investigate and ask if this is Falling Rain Village." Yi Fan looked at the pouring rain outside the pavilion and said, "If it is, let's find an inn to stay in and understand the problem here. Let's see if it has anything to do with the Divine Cauldron. Since Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked us to come here, It must have something to do with the divine cauldron, Akatsuki said as she slowly walked to the stone table and sat on the stone bench opposite Yifan. Let's hope so, Yifan said as he stroked Baihu. Baihu was suffocating in the bamboo basket. He had to play with it for a while and let it have its fun. Baihu and Yifan laughed and played around. From time to time, it would use its claws to pat Yifan's palm and then jump onto Yifan's shoulder to walk around. It was indeed suffocating in the bamboo basket. Akatsuki supported her chin with her hand and leaned on the stone table. She smiled as she watched Yifan and Baihu play around. Whoosh! Just as the two of them and the fox were taking shelter from the rain in the pavilion, the pouring rain outside suddenly stopped. Yifan, who was playing with Baihu, saw this and immediately stood up in confusion. He slowly walked to the pavilion and looked up at the sky. Akatsuki was also shocked by the sudden change. The rain stopped too suddenly. There was no sign at all. It was a little inconceivable. She also stood up and came to Yifan's side. She looked up at the sky in confusion. However, the next scene made her expression change from confusion to shock. She saw that in the sky, the dark clouds quickly dispersed and disappeared. The rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. Whoosh! Countless rays of dazzling sunlight poured down and the golden light shone brightly. In the sky, a dazzling rainbow appeared out of thin air. It was extremely beautiful. In the face of this sudden change, Hongji was dumbfounded. She could not believe the scene in front of her. She grew up in Dongying, which was surrounded by the sea. She had seen all kinds of weather. However, this was the first time she had seen such a strange phenomenon. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, Yifan frowned and did not say a word. He was also shocked by the sudden change in the weather. Bufon Kun, this weather. Akatsuki turned to look at Yifan and asked. Yifan turned to look at Akatsuki and shook his head slowly. Although his cultivation level was close to that of an immortal, he could not explain the phenomenon in front of him. However, there was one thing he was sure of. There was something strange about this sudden change in the weather. Akatsuki saw Yifan shake his head, and her expression immediately became serious. Even Yifan could not explain the strange phenomenon in front of them. It seemed that this mission was not that simple. Put on your conical bamboo hat. Let's go to town, Yifan said calmly. He turned around and returned to the stone table. He carried Baihu back into the bamboo basket and closed the lid. Akatsuki nodded and put on her conical bamboo hat. She put down her veil and picked up the bamboo pole. Let's go. Yifan carried the bamboo basket and put on his conical bamboo hat. He walked out of the pavilion. Akatsuki followed closely behind. The two of them left the pavilion and passed through the willow forest. Soon, they arrived at the small town. At this time, the streets were filled with gongs and drums and firecrackers. The people were burning incense and burning paper money. Then, they rushed into the streets and cheered in high spirits. The scene was even more lively than the new year. The fresh and moist air was immediately filled with the smell of incense and candles. On the lively street, Akatsuki looked at the happy people around her and asked Yifan in confusion, "What's the occasion today? What are they celebrating?" "If I'm not wrong, they're celebrating seeing the light again." Yifan glanced at the happy people on the street and said calmly, "You mean?" Yifan's words made Akatsuki suddenly understand. "Auntie, what's the occasion today? Why are you so happy?" As Akatsuki was thinking, Yifan began to ask a middle-aged woman who was burning incense and burning paper money on the side of the road and kowtowing. "Why aren't I happy?" The middle-aged woman who finished burning paper money and kowtowing stood up from the ground. She patted the dust on her knees and said with a smile, "For hundreds of years, Luyu village has never been so happy like today." "Ha ha!" the middle-aged woman said and laughed heartily. Yifan's eyes lit up when he heard that. It seemed that this was indeed Liu village. "Everyone is so happy. Is it because—" Yifan said to the middle-aged woman and pointed to the sun in the sky. "That's right, ha," the middle-aged woman said with a smile. "For hundreds of years, it has been raining heavily every 3 days and drizzling every 2 days in Luyu village. Occasionally, it doesn't rain and when we see the sun, it's just like a layer of window paper. It's the first time in hundreds of years that we have such a big sun like today. How can we not be happy? Ha! The middle-aged woman said, and turned to leave with a smile. After listening to the middle-aged woman's words, Akatsuki nodded slowly. Everything was as Fan guessed. These men and women of all ages were so happy because of the weather change just now. Let's find an inn and stay first. Fan turned his head and said to Akatsuki. Okay, Akatsuki replied. The two walked through the bustling crowd and came to a stone building with the words 3 sheep in on the street. The stone building had 2 floors and was elegantly designed. The aroma of mutton wafted out from inside. Within the aroma of meat, there was a faint smell of wine. The aroma of wine and meat mixed together to form a special aroma that made people salivate. Even Baihu in the bamboo basket was attracted by the aroma and kept moving around in the basket. It was obvious that this was an inn that was good at making mutton. This is it, let's go in. Fan said to Akatsuki. Fan knew Xiao Zhao's thoughts very well. As long as it was something that Xiao Zhao liked, he would never object. Okay. Akatsuki nodded. The two of them slowly walked into the inn. Oh, 2 guests, please come in. The waiter immediately greeted them with a smile when he saw that there were guests at the door. Fan nodded in response. Are you two going to have a meal or stay? The waiter asked. Stay at a hotel. Fan replied. I want the best room. Okay. The waiter replied and turned to the shopkeeper who was calculating on the abacus behind the counter and said loudly, a superior room. The shopkeeper nodded with a smile and turned to the wall behind him to take the room card. What a fragrant mutton. Akatsuki smelled the fragrance of the meat and said, Miss, you don't know. The waiter put a white towel on his shoulder and said to Hongji with a smile, Our 3 sheep and has 3 specialties. This mutton is one of the 3 specialties. Oh, 3 specialties? Akatsuki asked. The first is the mutton, the waiter explained. The mutton in our inn is all imported from Mongolia, and even the chef is a Mongolian chef. The mutton is fat and tender, and it doesn't have any rank odor at all. Whether it's stewed mutton soup, roasted mutton leg, or braised mutton, I guarantee that you won't get sick of it. The second is the hard liquor that we brew here. Our liquor is mellow and sweet, and it won't go to the head or burn the heart. The more you drink, the more energetic you'll feel. The third is our rooms. As you can see, our inn is built entirely of stone, and it's moisture-proof and much better than other wooden inns. We even have pine charcoal braziers in the rooms. I guarantee that the 2 of you will stay comfortably and forget to return. The waiter was very eloquent, and Akatsuki nodded repeatedly. Give me a pot of mutton stew and 2 jugs of liquor. Send them to the room. Fan took out a golden leaf and handed it to the waiter. Although he wasn't hungry, the waiter's words made his mouth water. Chapter 663. After paying, Fan and Akatsuki slowly walked upstairs. According to the sign on the room, they came to the corresponding room and pushed the door open. This room was a suite with a living room, bedroom, and everything else. The room was neat and tidy, without a speck of dust. There was a celadon tea set on the table, and famous calligraphy and paintings hung on the wall. It looked very ancient and elegant. After passing through the living room, it was the bedroom. On the big bed carved with chicken wings, the quilt was neatly folded without a single wrinkle. In the 4 corners of the room, there was a bright copper basin. The copper basin was filled with rosin and black charcoal. When there were guests, the charcoal could be used to light a fire for warmth. When there were no guests, the charcoal could be used to absorb the moisture in the air and keep the room dry. It could be said that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Fan looked at the environment of the room and nodded with satisfaction. It could be seen that the shopkeeper of this inn had indeed put a lot of thought into the way of management. This inn is really unique. They actually use stones to build an inn. Akatsuki looked at the furnishings and layout of the room and said, Don't forget, this is Liu Village. It is soaked in rain all year round. If it was an ordinary wooden building, it would have been soaked by the rain. Yifan took off the bamboo basket on his back and said, "The owner of this inn is very business-minded. Using stones to build an inn can not only prevent moisture, but also save a lot of costs of repairing the house. It can also create a unique character, promote the signboard, and attract customers." Baihu jumped out of the bamboo basket, shook her head, and wagged her tail. She stretched her body and looked at the environment of the room curiously. Since this Liu village is soaked in rain all year round and can't see the sun, why is it still so rich? Akatsuki took off the bamboo hat on her head and asked in confusion, "Without sunlight, how do the villagers farm? How do the crops grow?" "You are really muddle-headed." Yifan took off the bamboo hat, sat at the table, and said with a smile, "The villagers here are guarding such a unique place. Why do they need to farm? Have you forgotten that Huolong Town is a desert with yellow sand and unbearable heat? Aren't the residents of the town still rich? Fire Dragon Town is an important trade route. Merchants gather here, so it is not strange for the people to live a prosperous life. But what about Thunder Roll Town and Falling Rain Village? Lightning, thunder, and torrential rain?" Akatsuki sat opposite Yifan and asked doubtfully. "As the saying goes, those who rely on the mountain live off the mountain, and those who rely on the river live off the water. Thunder Town and Luyu Village naturally rely on the thunder and the rain," Yifan said with a smile. "The weather here is so strange that it inevitably attracts a large number of curious tourists to come here for sightseeing. This income can be said to be quite considerable. In addition, there is plenty of rain here. Although the residents can't farm, they can find another way to make money." "Find another way? How?" Akatsuki asked, puzzled. "Let me ask you, when we were walking on the street just now, what were the shops on both sides doing?" Yifan asked Akatsuki with a smile. "I didn't pay much attention to that," Akatsuki said with a frown. "There is plenty of rain here. Naturally, they rely on water to make money," Yifan said with a smile. "I took a look at the shops on the street. Almost all of their products are related to water." "All of them are related to water?" Akatsuki asked in reply. "Umbrellas, rain gear, wooden boats, water wheels, oil paper, oilcloth, waterproof wood paint, house repair, reed and bamboo mats. Everything is available here," Yifan said with a smile. "In addition, there are many seafood shops, such as river fish, river shrimp, crabs, turtles, scallops, snails, and all kinds of mushrooms. Let me put it this way. Everything related to water is available here, and the quality is all the best. This is not including those gambling houses, brothels, pawn shops, and inns. From what you've said, it would seem that the lightning and thunder of this place, as well as the year-round rain, are actually good things for the people here." Yu Hongji asked, "Where there are gains, there are losses, and where there are losses, there are gains," Yifan said with a smile. "As for whether it is a good thing or not, you have to ask the people here." Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Sir, your mutton stew is ready." The voice of the waiter came from outside the door. Yifan gave Akatsuki a look and gently turned his head. Akatsuki understood. She got up and picked up Baihu and quickly walked into the bedroom inside. "Come in," Yifan said as he reached out and gently brushed his face. Swish! After a flash of red light, Yifan's appearance changed instantly. He looked to be in his 30s. His skin was bronze, his expression was firm, and his hair was black. Creak! The door opened. A smiling waiter walked in with a large tray in his hand. On the tray, there was a large pot of stewed mutton chop and mutton neck. The steaming hot smell of the meat permeated the air. In addition, there were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, 2 jugs of strong liquor, 2 wine glasses, and 2 oil dishes on the tray. In the oil dishes, there was a sauce made of chili oil, garlic, chives, and other ingredients. It was to be eaten with the mutton. "Sir, the stewed mutton chop has just come out of the pot. Please eat it while it's hot." The waiter put the pot of meat on the table and said with a smile, "This mutton is really good." Yifan looked at the fragrant mutton in the pot and said, "I specially ordered the kitchen to pick the most tender mutton chop for you. I also order the most mellow wine. After you eat it, I guarantee that the fragrance will stay in your mouth and teeth. Come again next time." the waiter said as he took the wine and meat dishes from the tray and put them on the table. The tip he received from Yi Fan was more than the cost of this meal. Naturally, he treated Yi Fan special. "Waiter, there is something I want to ask you." Yi Fan said to the waiter. "Sir, please feel free to ask. As long as I know, I will definitely tell you everything I know." The waiter said with a face full of smiles. "I heard that this Luo Yu village is haunted?" Yi Fan asked directly. When the smiling waiter heard Yi Fan mention the word haunted, his hands immediately froze and his face instantly turned pale. When Yi Fan saw the expression on the waiter's face, he could roughly guess what was going on. The middle-aged man was right. This Luo Yu village was really haunted. If there's something that is hard to say, then forget it. Yi Fan saw that the waiter did not want to say anything, so he took a step back and said, "I will ask someone else." The pale-faced waiter glanced at Yi Fan. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he turned around and walked to the door. He stuck his head out and took a few glances outside. Then, he closed the door and walked to Yi Fan's side. Seeing this, Yi Fan frowned. It was broad daylight, and the universe was clear and bright. The mere mention of a ghost had actually frightened the waiter to this extent. It was clear how serious the matter was. "Sir, you are right. This Luo Yu village is really haunted, and it is very fierce." The waiter whispered in Yi Fan's ear. "Oh, how fierce?" Yi Fan asked. "How fierce?" The waiter asked as he pulled a chair and sat in front of Yi Fan. He lowered his voice and said, "Now, as long as it is dark, all the houses in Luo Yu village are closed. The doors and windows are locked. No one dares to go out. As soon as they go out, they will be taken away by the fierce ghost. No one will be able to find their body. Tell me, is it fierce?" "It is so fierce." Yi Fan frowned. "That's right." The waiter whispered. "With this haunting, the guests who come to Luo Yu village to play suddenly decreased by more than half. There are almost no guests. At this time in the past, the inn would be full of people. How can it be so quiet now? I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but if the business in this inn continues to be so bad, I am not going to stay here. I don't want to lose my life before I make money." Sigh. The waiter let out a long sigh as he spoke. "When did this haunting start?" As Yi Fan spoke, he took out an empty cup from the tea tray. He then filled the cup with wine and handed it to the waiter. "Since Zhang Huai and Wei Shi were beaten to death by the villagers half a year ago, this Luo Yu village has not been peaceful." The waiter took the strong wine from Yi Fan and took a big gulp. "You mean the fierce ghost that killed people is?" Yi Fan was shocked when he heard the words of the waiter. He frowned and asked, "That's right. The two of them are the leaders of this group of evil spirits." The waiter said and told Yi Fan the whole story from beginning to end. It turned out that in this Luo Yu village, there used to be two scoundrels. One was called Zhang Huai, and the other was called Wei Shi. The two of them had nothing to do and were lazy. They stole chickens and dogs one day and molested widows the next. It could be said that they had done all kinds of evil. Wei Shi was tall and sturdy. He was born with big shoulders and a strong waist. More than 10 people could not get close to him. Zhang Huai, on the other hand, had shifty eyes and was as thin as a bamboo pole. He was full of bad ideas. The two of them colluded with each other. One of them was a scholar, and the other was a martial artist. They caused chaos in Luo Yu village and caused no peace. The villagers could not bear the trouble and could not beat the powerful Wei Shi. They could only report the two of them to the authorities. After the authorities learned of the two's crimes, they immediately sent people to arrest them. However, Zhang Huai was very smart. When he saw that the villagers were moving, he immediately ran to the mountains with Wei Shi and hid. The mountains were high and the forests were dense. There were rugged rocks. In addition, Zhang Huai and Wei Shi were very familiar with the terrain. The soldiers went up the mountain several times to arrest them, but in the end, they returned without success. After a long time, the authorities no longer cared about this matter. They only painted the two of them and put up a notice to arrest them. After the two of them did not appear, the days in Luo Yu village seemed to return to peace. However, the trees may want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Zhang Wei and Wei Shi, who were hiding in the forest, became angrier and angrier with the villagers. Finally, One day, the two of them took advantage of the dark and windy night to quietly go down the mountain. They burned down the ancestral hall at the entrance of Luoyu village and left their names on the ruins. The next morning, when the villagers saw that the ancestral hall had been burned to the ground, they were furious. Nearly 1,000 angry villagers secretly gathered that night and surrounded the mountain where Zhang Wei and Wei Shi were hiding. Then, they set fire to the mountain. The forest was filled with pine trees. Even if it was drizzling that night, it could not stop the terrifying fire. Zhang Wei and Wei Shi, who were sleeping soundly in the cave, were awakened by the soaring flames and choking smoke. They immediately put on their clothes and ran down the mountain along the bluestone path. However, what awaited them on the bluestone path were hundreds of angry villagers with sticks and farming tools. No matter how good Wei Shi was at fighting, he was definitely not a match for the angry villagers. Seeing the two of them appear, the villagers rushed up and beat the two of them to death with the wooden sticks and farming tools in their hands. Chapter 664. Ever since the 7th day of their deaths, Luoyu village has started to suffer. The waiter covered his wine cup with both of his hands as he stared at Yifan. Every night when the sky turns dark, there will be 2 black whirlwinds outside the village. They will pass through the houses and wander around. As long as they see a living person, regardless of whether they are male or female, old or young, they will be swept away. It has only been half a year, but hundreds of people in the village have already been killed. Sigh, what a sin. The waiter took another big gulp of wine as he spoke. Since the haunting is so serious, did the village not invite a wizard to catch the ghosts? Yifan said as he picked up the wine pot and filled the wine glass in the waiter's hand. Why didn't we invite them? We did. The waiter said to Yifan with a bitter expression. We invited a few famous monks, Taoist priests, and sorcerers within 100 miles, but none of them worked. 2 sorcerers were even kidnapped by the 2 ghosts. Are the 2 ghosts that powerful? Even the wizards could not subdue them? Yifan asked the waiter. Yes, the waiter said. The few Taoist priests said that Zhang Huai and Wei Shi's birth date and 8 characters offended the evil spirits of Tianyin. Their names had the word ghost in them, and they were born in an extremely mean place that did not see sunlight all year round. In addition, they were beaten to death before their lifespan ended, causing their resentment to burn and their evil spirits to soar to the sky. The few Taoist priests were weak and could not subdue the 2 ghosts at all. They asked us to invite someone else, I didn't expect the 2 scoundrels to become so powerful, Yifan said with a frown. I don't know where these 2 ghosts have recruited a group of lonely souls and malicious ghosts from. Every night after the sky turns dark, nearly 100 black whirlwinds of various sizes will pass through the walls and houses of Liu village. They will howl and howl while carrying the wind and rain, scaring the people. The waiter said to Yifan, to tell you the truth, whenever a child cries and makes a fuss, as soon as they say that Zhang Huai and Wei Shi are here, they will immediately become obedient and stop crying. After Yifan heard this, he nodded solemnly. From what the waiter said, the haunting of the falling rain village seemed to have nothing to do with the divine cauldron. However, since he was already here, he couldn't just stand by and watch. With his current cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to subdue these 2 ghosts. Sir, please look at me. You haven't even touched your chopsticks, and I'm already drinking your wine. I'm so rude. The waiter said to Yifan in embarrassment. It's okay. I like to listen to strange stories. 2 glasses of wine is nothing, Yifan said to the waiter with a smile. Thank you, sir. I'll get the kitchen to make 2 bowls of lamb bone soup for you 2 tomorrow morning. Consider my return gift, sir. The waiter stood up and said to Yifan. Then I shall accept your offer, Yifan said with a smile. Then you can eat first. I'll get back to work. The waiter bowed to Yifan and said, Thank you for your wine. Yifan cupped his fists in return. By the way, you 2 can walk around the village during the day. However, you must return to the inn before sunset. Don't stay outside. Otherwise, if you encounter a group of ghosts at night, your life will be in danger. Before the waiter left, he didn't forget to remind Yi Fan to return early. "Don't worry, I'll remember that," Yi Fan replied. The waiter nodded and turned to leave. He closed the door behind him. I didn't expect these two scoundrels to be able to cause such chaos in the falling rain village. After the waiter left, Akatsuki, who was carrying Baihu, walked out of the bedroom. She had heard the waiter's words clearly when she was hiding in the bedroom. These two scoundrels have now turned into ghosts. They're leading a group of ghosts and have become powerful. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. According to what the waiter said, this haunting matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with the sacred cauldron. Akatsuki sat down opposite Yi Fan and said, "It seems to be the case now." Yi Fan replied, "Then what should we do now?" Akatsuki asked Yi Fan, "Since we're here, let's take things as they come. Since I've encountered them, I can't just stand by and watch." Yi Fan smiled and said to Akatsuki, "Let's eat first and then have a good sleep. At night, I'll go and meet Zhang Wei and get rid of these two scourges for the falling rain village." "I'll go with you," Akatsuki said. She felt uneasy if Yi Fan wasn't by her side. "You and Xiao Zhao should stay here." Yi Fan smiled and said, "I'm going to subdue the two ghosts, not to watch the show. It doesn't matter if the two of you follow me. I'm just afraid that those ghosts will scare you." Akatsuki thought for a moment, then bit her lower lip and slowly nodded. In the middle of the night, on the empty street, there were ferocious ghosts. Akatsuki felt her scalp tingle when she thought of that kind of scene. "Come, don't think so much. Eat the mutton." Yi Fan persuaded Akatsuki as he pulled out two fat and tender mutton chops from the meat bowl. He handed one to Akatsuki and the other to Baihu Xiao Zhao. The sun set in the west and gradually sank. The sky gradually darkened. Yi Fan came to the window, reached out to open it, and looked out. Contrary to the sunny weather during the day, the sky was once again covered with dense dark clouds. Lightning flashed, and from time to time, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. At this time, there was no one on the street, and it was completely silent. The doors and windows of every house were tightly locked, and no one dared to light candles. It was pitch black. The Luoyu village that was bustling with noise during the day became quiet in the blink of an eye. It was as silent as death. Sha! As the dark clouds became denser, the sky began to drizzle. The light rain hit the window frame, making rustling sounds. Yi Fan closed the window and returned to the table to sit down. Akatsuki sat opposite Yi Fan with Baihu in her arms, with a dignified face. "After I go out, you and Xiao Zhao will lock the doors and windows, then go back to the bedroom to rest. Remember, no matter what movement you hear outside, don't come out," Yi Fan said as he poured himself a cup of hot tea and gently blew it from his mouth. Zhang Wei and Wei Xiao Zhao have become ghosts and are leading a group of ghosts. "You must be careful when you go," Akatsuki said with a worried face. "Woo!" Baihu leaped onto the table and arrived in front of Yi Fan before licking Yi Fan's cheek. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Yi Fan said with a smile as he reached out to stroke the white fox's fur. He smiled as he extended his right hand into the air. Clang, with a flash of brilliance, a treasured sword that radiated red light instantly appeared in Yi Fan's hand out of thin air. The treasured sword was over 3 feet long and was surrounded by a red glow as heat rose. This was the Fleeting Flame Sword. Yi Fan handed the Fleeting Flame Sword to Akatsuki and said, "This Fleeting Flame Sword is the sovereign of all flames. It is extremely strong and can slay all ghosts. If you carry this sword with you, you can ensure that ghosts won't dare to come near you." He was worried that when he fought with Zhang Wei and Wei Xiao Zhao, the group of ghosts would come looking for trouble with Akatsuki. Therefore, he gave the Fleeting Flame Sword to Akatsuki to protect herself. "No." Akatsuki immediately shook her head and refused when she saw Yi Fan handing the Fleeting Flame Sword to her. "Since this Fleeting Flame Sword can slay all ghosts, it should be with you to help you defeat your enemies. Xiao Zhao and I will stay here. We don't need this Fleeting Flame divine weapon." "Didn't you hear what the waiter said today?" Yi Fan said calmly. "Zhang Huai is cunning and sly. It's impossible to guard against him. If I leave this Fleeting Flame Sword with you, I can defeat ghosts with peace of mind. This. Akatsuki was hesitant. Take it. Yi Fan urged Akatsuki. Seeing Yi Fan's insistence, Akatsuki had no choice but to take the fleeting flame sword. Without the fleeting flame sword, what will you do? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan with concern. I'm the king of the devil realm. Can I deal with a few ghosts? Yi Fan asked Akatsuki with a smile as he drank his tea. Akatsuki forced a smile. She knew that Yi Fan was comforting her. Whoosh! Just as the two of them were talking, a strong gust of wind blew outside the window. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The strong wind swept up the drizzle, continuously whipping the window lattice, making a pa-pa sound. The shadows of the swaying trees were reflected on the window paper that was soaked in tung oil, as if ghosts were climbing. Seeing this, Akatsuki's face instantly turned pale. Woo! Baihu also whimpered and jumped into Akatsuki's arms. They're here. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, take the fleeting flame sword and go back to your room. Yi Fan said calmly to Akatsuki. Be careful. Akatsuki said as she carried Baihu in one hand and the fleeting flame sword in the other. She quickly walked into the bedroom and closed the door behind her. Yi Fan put down the teacup in his hand and blew out the red candle on the table. He took out the water-repelling pearl and placed it on the table. Immediately, it turned into a thin red light and zigzagged out of the door. Rumble! The wind howled and thunder roared, causing the window frame to rustle. Kacha! Purple lightning flashed, and the sound was like thunder. The lightning instantly lit up the entire Luoyu village. Hua! Just a moment ago, it was still drizzling, but now it was raining cats and dogs. Between heaven and earth, it instantly became a vast expanse of white. On the deserted street in the pouring rain, a man wearing a brown straw raincoat and a brown bamboo hat walked slowly in the rainwater that reached his feet. The man's bamboo hat was pressed very low. The rainwater flowed down the bamboo hat and washed the raincoat on his body. Hua la, hua la. In the torrential downpour, the man waded through the rain. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. In this dark and empty street, it was very strange. Patter! When he reached a crossroad at the entrance of the village, the man in the raincoat stopped. He didn't move at all, like a statue, allowing the rain to wash over him. Who, along with the whistling sound of a chilly wind, for huge whirlwinds appeared out of thin air from the four alleys in front, back, left, and right. The black whirlwinds were more than 3 feet tall. Black smoke billowed, and it was as black as ink. As it spun, it was like a huge funnel. It dragged a thin, long tail and slowly moved towards Yi Fan's direction. Standing at the crossroad, the man in the raincoat smiled and slowly raised his head. His pair of starry eyes were full of energy and flashing red light. Chapter 665. Whoosh! When they were about 10 feet away from Yi Fan, the 4 gigantic black whirlwinds stopped approaching him. Instead, they started a circle around Yi Fan. Woo! Woo! Within the black whirlwinds, there were gusts of chilly wind, and the sound of ghosts crying could be heard. It was as if there were many vengeful spirits and malicious spirits gathered within the whirlwinds. Their cries and wails were enough to make one's hair stand on end. Yi Fan was still standing there with a smile on his face. He did not move at all. At this moment, he had already concealed all of the spiritual aura around him. From the outside, he looked just like an ordinary person. The 4 gigantic black whirlwinds circled around Yi Fan and whimpered. They seemed to be observing the man in a straw raincoat in front of them. While they were observing Yi Fan was also observing them. Within these 4 black whirlwinds, there were 4 frighteningly large ghost bodies hidden within. Furthermore, beside each of these large ghosts, there were dozens of malicious spirits with blazing resentment surrounding them. Their evil aura was strong, and their resentment soared to the sky. It seemed like everything was as the waiter had said. These malicious spirits were indeed not something that an ordinary Taoist priest or sorcerer could deal with. Looks like there's going to be fun tonight. As Yi Fan was thinking about this, a woman's lewd laughter could be heard from the black whirlwind in front of him. It sounded very delicate and extremely licentious. He he he. This person looks so tender and fair. He must be very delicious. A man's strange laughter could be heard from the black whirlwind behind them. Sister Chunhua, you can play first. When you're tired of him, you can hand him over to me and let me have a taste. Remember to leave him with one last breath. Don't let him die from exhaustion. I like to eat fresh hearts and livers. Dead ones are fishy and smelly. They taste terrible. I don't know if this kid knows how to gamble. If he knows a few moves, don't kill him first. Let me gamble with him for a few rounds to satisfy my cravings. A man's muffled voice could be heard from the whirlwind on the left. Among the three of you, one is a pervert, one is a glutton, and one is a gambler. You're really not interesting at all. A young man's voice could be heard from the black whirlwind on the right. This young man looks refined. I think he must be a scholar. He might even be an expert in chess. If that's the case, give him to me. I'll catch a few strong men and give them to you for you to play with. Give him to you? I think it's better to forget it. The woman's voice could be heard again. The dozen Confucian scholars that I caught for you. In less than 3 days, you had been tortured to death by you. This time, this young man is so handsome. None of you should fight with me. That's right. Fourth brother, don't fight with Sister Chunhua. In the black whirlwind at the back, the man who was laughing strangely said, you have to change the rules of your chess game. Otherwise, even if you catch all the chess masters in the capital's Hanlon Academy, they won't be enough for you to mess with. Second brother is right. The rules of your chess game do have to be changed. The big ghost with a muffled voice said, how can you have to die regardless of whether you win or lose? If someone loses to you, you say that they aren't good at chess and kill them. If someone wins against you, you lose face and still kill them. If this goes on, after 100 years, everyone in the great Ming dynasty who knows how to play chess will be killed by you. This time, the young man's voice could not be heard again. It could be seen that one of the 4 ghosts liked men, one liked eating hearts and livers, one liked gambling, and one liked to play chess. Have you finished discussing who I'm going to follow? In the torrential rain, Yi Fan, who was wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, slowly raised his head. He had an evil smile on his face as he asked the 4 ghosts. As soon as Yi Fan said this, the 4 ghosts in the whirlwind were instantly stunned. They did not expect that the young man in front of them could actually hear their conversation. One had to know that mortals could not hear the conversation of ghosts at all. Oh, I couldn't tell that this little brother is also a cultivator. The female ghost laughed and asked in a bone-numbing voice, could it be that he's also a member of the Taoist sect? A member of the Taoist sect? The big ghost with a muffled voice asked in return. He doesn't have any Dao Qi on him. How could he be a member of the Taoist sect? If he's not a member of the Taoist sect, then how can he hear us? The big ghost who liked eating human hearts asked cautiously. It's not necessarily only members of the Taoist sect who can hear us. The big ghost who liked to play chess seemed to be very knowledgeable. Which one of you is Zhang Huai, and which one is Wei Shi? Yi Fan asked with a smile in the wind and rain. How dare you, kid? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. How dare you call the 2 ghost kings by their names? When the big ghost who liked to eat human hearts heard Yi Fan directly call out Zhang Huai and Wei Shi's names, he was instantly enraged. Take this kid down. Whoosh! Following the order of the big ghost who liked to eat human hearts, dozens of thick black smoke instantly rushed out of the black whirlwind that he was in. Within the black smoke, countless ferocious-looking lonely spirits and wild ghosts gathered. There were tall headless ghosts, ghouls with green faces and fangs, mother and child ghosts with dead babies in their arms, hanged ghosts with long tongues and disheveled hair, and all kinds of ghosts. There were all kinds of ghosts. The group of ghosts who were filled with resentment whimpered and hissed. Accompanied by the thick black smoke, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws and fangs as they pounced on Yi Fan. They looked like they were going to tear Yi Fan into pieces. When he looked at Yi Fan again, the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. With a thought, he bent the fingers of his right hand into a claw. At the same time, he instantly activated the heavenly, demonic power that had been suppressed in his body for a long time. Buzz, countless rays of dazzling red light burst out from Yi Fan's palm, forming a huge red claw of light. The claw of light was 3 feet long, and the red light was as bright as blood. It was extremely eye-catching in the howling wind and torrential rain of the night. As the group of ghosts rushed toward Yi Fan raised his arm and suddenly attacked the group of ghosts. Swoosh! The huge red claw of light instantly left Yi Fan's palm and rushed toward the group of ghosts. But after the claw of light left Yi Fan's palm, it instantly began to expand. When it was less than 3 feet away from the group of ghosts, the blood-red claw of light had already become 10 feet long. The dazzling blood-red light instantly illuminated the terrified faces of the group of ghosts. Chi! As the two sides clashed, dozens of thick black smoke were instantly torn apart by the blood-red claw of light. The group of ghosts that had been crying and howling with the chilly wind did not even have time to scream before they turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated in the torrential rain. These ferocious ghosts and evil spirits that had cultivated for many years might be fearless in front of ordinary experts. But in front of Yi Fan, who had the heavenly demonic power, they were simply unable to withstand a single blow. They were not even worth mentioning. How could the mere ghost power go against the heavenly demonic power? Swoosh! After killing dozens of ferocious ghosts, the speed of the blood-red claw of light did not decrease, but instead increased. It sped toward the black tornado that had released the group of ghosts. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Amidst the thunder and torrential rain, the huge red claw of light pierced through the curtain of rain at high speed and instantly rushed to the front of the black tornado. The big ghost in the tornado, who liked to eat the hearts and livers of living people, did not expect that this seemingly weak young man in front of him would have such a cultivation level. He actually managed to disperse dozens of ferocious ghosts and evil spirits that had cultivated for many years. What he did not expect was that this young man's move did not decrease in power after killing the group of ghosts, but instead increased in power. He could not believe it. At this time, he wanted to escape, but it was too late. The speed of Yi Fan's claw of light was so fast that it could be said to have arrived in the blink of an eye. There was no time for him to dodge. In a moment of desperation, he gathered the pure ghost power that he had cultivated for many years and condensed it on his right palm. He instantly attacked. Whoosh! An incomparably huge palm suddenly stretched out from the black whirlwind. The palm was more than 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide. It was surrounded by black smoke and was enveloped by the cold wind. The black fingernails on the palm were 7 to 8 inches long. They were very sharp and looked very scary. Boom! With a loud sound, the two powerful forces, one red and one black, collided. After the two sides collided, the winner was obvious. Chi! The blood-red claw of light instantly penetrated the huge palm of the black tornado and pierced into the tornado at high speed. Then, it came out from behind the tornado. Roar! A high-pitched and shrill ghost scream came from within the tornado. Whoosh! As the red claw of light came out of the tornado, the black tornado that had been spinning with an astonishing momentum suddenly turned into black smoke. It twisted violently and was on the verge of dissipating. With a painful groan, a big ghost wrapped in black smoke appeared in the torrential rain. The big ghost was dozens of feet tall, like half of an iron tower. He wore a black winged hat on his head, a green python robe, a jade belt on his waist, and official boots on his feet. He had a curly beard on his face, and his eyes were like copper bells. At this time, he was half kneeling on the ground with a painful expression on his face. Black smoke was rising from his body. On his chest, there was a huge red claw-shaped hole in the shape of a light claw. At this time, the red hole was constantly swallowing the big ghost body like burning charcoal. Countless wisps of black smoke billowed out of the hole, continuously leaking out pure, spiritual energy. This big ghost who liked to eat people's hearts and livers finally tasted the pain of his heart and livers being destroyed. Second brother, second brother, second brother. Seeing that the green-robed big ghost was seriously injured, the remaining 3 giant black tornadoes immediately circled around and gathered around the big ghost. Whoosh! The 3 tornadoes dissipated the black smoke and revealed their original appearance. The 3 big ghosts were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman's face was charming, her figure was graceful, and her breasts were curvy. She wore a red dress that exposed her breasts, and her clothes were revealing. As for the other 2 big ghosts, one was in a green robe with a green face, the other was in a white robe with a pale face. Cough, cough, cough. The huge green-robed big ghost began to cough violently. Every time he coughed, a large amount of black smoke came out of his mouth. This green-robed big ghost's spirit had been destroyed by Yi Fan with the power of the heavenly demon. It seemed that he could not live. Second brother, the white-robed big ghost, said anxiously and reached out his palm to the green-robed big ghost's chest. Whoosh, a black smoke column came out of his palm and flew into the hole in the green-robed big ghost's chest. He wanted to use his own spirit to replenish the green-robed big ghost's spirit. Whoosh! As soon as the black smoke came into contact with the red light in the green-robed big ghost's chest, it immediately turned into green smoke and disappeared. Everything was already useless. Second brother, the red-robed female, ghost howled in grief. Sister, Sister Springflower, cough, cough, cough. The green-robed big ghost coughed and said to the woman, This time, I really can't. Chapter 666. If you don't want him to die, take me to Zhonghuai and Wei Shi, Yi Fan said calmly. Obviously, the 4 ghosts were only the subordinates of Zhonghuai and Wei Shi, and the 2 ghosts were not among them. Who are you? The female ghost in red, who was scantily clad, turned to look at Yi Fan and asked sadly. It was obvious that she had a special relationship with the green-robed ghost. Bu Fan Yi, Yi Fan said coldly. Crack. As soon as Yi Fan finished his words, a purple lightning cut through Yi Kong. Under the purple lightning, Yi Fan, who was wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, stood in the storm. His face was cold, and his eyes were shining. Bu Fan Yi from the Demon Slaying Conference. When the 4 ghosts heard these 3 words, they immediately turned pale with fright and were shocked on the spot. Even the green-robed ghost, who was about to turn into ashes, seemed to have forgotten the pain in his body. He stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. You are the evil Eldritch's reincarnation from the Demon Slaying Conference. The green-robed ghost with a green face asked Yi Fan in a muffled voice. His voice was full of fear. I didn't expect my name to spread to the ghost realm, Yi Fan said with a smile under the bamboo hat. When Yi Fan said this, the 4 ghosts were so shocked that their eyes were wide open. They were stunned. They never thought that this young man in his early 20s was the reincarnation of Eldritch, the king of the demon realm, who went through the heavenly tribulation and was reborn in the fire during the Demon Slaying Conference. It was said that this person had killed the yellow-robed Taoist, whose cultivation base was unfathomable, with a single move. He had also dismembered Di Kuan, one of the 8 yin-yang masters, and even destroyed his primordial spirit. This person's cultivation was so high that he had reached the peak. Greetings, Mr. Eldritch. The female ghost in red was shocked. She immediately lowered her head and knelt on the ground. Greetings, sir. Greetings, Mr. Eldritch. Seeing the red-clothed female ghost bowing to Yi Fan, the gambling-addicted green-robed ghost and the white-clothed ghost also followed suit and bowed to Yi Fan. As living beings of the ghost realm, they couldn't be more familiar with Eldritch cultivation and character. Although they had never seen Eldritch's true face, they had heard that not only had this person's cultivation reached a heaven-defying realm, but he was also arrogant and unruly. He did things his own way, abhorred evil, stepped on the strong, respected the weak, and acted according to his own preferences. This person did not kill them all because he was in a good mood, as long as he wanted to. Not to mention the 4 ghosts, even if 1,000 ghosts gathered together, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. One must know that back then, under the siege of the 6 immortals of the Heaven Realm, Eldritch was not at a disadvantage, and even wanted to slaughter the immortals. Even the immortals were no match for him, not to mention them, living beings of the ghost realm. This little ghost has eyes but failed to recognize. Mount I've offended. Sir, the green-robed ghost, whose e'en spirit had dissipated and was on the verge of death, knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Yi Fan, and begged, I beg, sir, to be merciful. Let this little ghost live. As the green-robed ghost spoke, the red hole in his chest had already reached his neck and waist. At this time, it was too late for regrets, blaming himself for not checking the almanac before he went out today. Of all the people to meet, he had to meet Eldritch. He would rather meet the king of hell himself than meet this person. If he met the king of hell, even if he was sent to the 18th level of hell and cut into pieces, he would still have a wisp of his soul left. But if he met Eldritch, whether he could keep his soul was another matter. If he was in a bad mood, it was not impossible for his soul to scatter and turn into ashes. Di Kuan of the 8 Yin Yang disciples was the best example. Now, what he was afraid of had happened. He did not want to meet Eldritch, but he just had to meet Eldritch. Seeing this situation, Yi Fan frowned. If these 4 ghosts joined forces to attack him, he would not hesitate at all and directly kill them. But now that these 4 ghosts were kneeling and begging for mercy, he did not know what to do. In terms of crimes, the 4 ghosts were unforgivable and there was nothing wrong with killing them. But if he really did that, Yi Fan seemed to have cut off their chance to turn over a new leaf. For a moment, Yi Fan was somewhat hesitant. Sir, I beg you to be merciful and spare my second brother this time, I beg you. The red-robed female ghost saw that the green-robed ghost could not hold on any longer and kowtowed like she was pounding garlic. Sir, second brother can't hold on any longer. I beg you to let him go. The white-robed ghost also pleaded for the green-robed ghost, kowtowing nonstop. Sir, please be magnanimous and forgive us. Let him go. The green-robed ghost also helped to plead. Let me ask you, do you have a heart of remorse? Yi Fan frowned and asked the green-robed ghost whose figure was gradually fading, will you continue to harm living creatures in the future? Say, sir, the green-robed ghost said weakly, I will never dare to do it again. As the red hole in his chest gradually expanded, the green-robed ghost's mouth began to gradually disappear. Sir, the red-robed female ghost knelt on the ground and begged Yi Fan anxiously. If this dragged on, the green-robed ghost would definitely die. What about you guys? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and asked the 3 ghosts, are you willing to renounce evil and turn over a new leaf? We are willing, we are willing. The female ghost said sorrowfully. Yi Fan turned to look at the 2 ghosts. We are willing to listen to Sir's teachings, renounce evil, and turn over a new leaf. The 2 ghosts looked at each other and said in unison, when encountering Eldritch, they could only obey without any room for negotiation. Since you guys are willing to turn over a new leaf, renounce evil, and turn over a new leaf, I will spare you guys today. Yi Fan saw that the 4 ghosts were sincerely repentant and decided to give them a chance. As he said that, he waved his sleeve at the dying green-robed ghost. Shwa! The huge red hole in the green-robed ghost's chest instantly stopped expanding and began to slowly shrink. Hua! As the red hole became smaller and smaller, the green-robed ghost's body also began to gradually heal. In the blink of an eye, the green-robed ghost that was about to turn into ashes was restored to its original state. After witnessing Yi Fan's heaven-defying techniques, the 3 ghosts were in awe of Yi Fan's cultivation and felt that they were inferior to him. This person's cultivation was so high that it was not something they could imagine. Second brother, are you okay? The red-robed female ghost came to the green-robed ghost's side and asked with concern. I'm okay. The green-robed ghost touched his chest with a look of surprise. Second brother, quickly thank Sir for sparing your life. The white-robed ghost reminded the green-robed ghost. Thank you, sir, for sparing my life. Thank you, sir, for sparing my life. The green-robed ghost prostrated himself on the ground and thanked Yi-Fan. In a flash, he personally experienced the experience of going from life to death, and then from death to life. Naturally, he was filled with emotions and was deeply grateful to Yi-Fan. Get up, Yi-Fan said calmly. Thank you, sir. The four ghosts replied in unison and stood up from the ground with their hands hanging down respectfully. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Yi-Fan opened his mouth and asked the four ghosts, let me ask you guys, where are Zhang Huai and Wei Shi now? As the saying goes, to catch bandits, catch the ringleader first. Zhang Huai and Wei had not been subdued yet, so the matter in Luoyu village was not over yet. The four ghosts looked at each other with hesitation. What? You don't want to say? Yi-Fan asked with a frown. To be honest, sir, it's not that we don't want to tell you. It's just that the four of us are indebted to the two ghost kings. The white-robed ghost bowed to Yi-Fan and said, if the four of us tell sir where the ghost kings are, wouldn't we be betraying our masters for glory? So you're saying that you won't tell me? Yi-Fan looked at the four ghosts and asked expressionlessly. The white-robed ghost lowered his head and did not speak. We can tell sir where the ghost kings are, but we have a presumptuous request. The red-robed female ghost said respectfully to Yi-Fan. What presumptuous request? Yi-Fan asked the red-robed female ghost. Sir, can you spare the two ghost kings? The red-robed female asked softly. So what if I spare them? So what if I don't spare them? Yi-Fan looked at the red-robed female ghost and asked, if sir agrees to spare the two ghost kings, we'll take sir to see the ghost kings. If sir refuses to spare the ghost kings, the red-robed female ghost did not continue. What if I don't spare the two of them? Yi-Fan asked the red-robed female ghost coldly. Then sir should just kill me. The red-robed female ghost looked up at Yi-Fan and said. Yi-Fan narrowed his eyes and stared at the red-robed female ghost. Seeing this, the remaining three ghosts lowered their heads and did not even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, they were trembling with fear, afraid that Yi-Fan would suddenly attack and destroy their primordial spirits. However, what they did not expect was that not only did Yi-Fan not attack them, he even smiled. The four of them looked at each other, not knowing why Yi-Fan was smiling. All right, I promise you. If the two of them sincerely repent and stop harming the world, I can spare their lives. However, if they persist in their wrongdoings and refuse to change their evil ways, then I'll get rid of them for the sake of the people. Yi-Fan smiled and said, as for where the two ghosts are, do you think I won't know if you don't tell me? The four ghosts' hearts trembled. Southwest Stone Mountain, within the bamboo forest. Yi-Fan uttered these words. When the four ghosts heard this, their expressions changed, and they looked up at Yi-Fan in unison. They were completely stunned by Yi-Fan's cultivation. The Southwest Stone Mountain that Yi-Fan mentioned was called Stone Lion Mountain. Because there were many boulders in the mountain, and they were of uniform quality, they were often used to carve stone lions, hence the name. There was a large black bamboo forest on Stone Lion Mountain. Zhang Huai and Wei Shi lived in the bamboo forest, absorbing Yin's spirit chi day and night in hopes of becoming ghost immortals. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This Stone Lion Mountain was more than 300 miles away from Luoyu village. Moreover, the black bamboo forest had been set up with layers of enchantments by Zhang Huai and Wei Shi using their ghost spirit chi. Even a cultivation expert would find it difficult to discover the mystery of this place. However, such a hidden hiding place was easily discovered by this young man, who was the reincarnation of Eldritch. When the 4 ghosts thought of this, they suddenly felt a chill down their spines. It was obvious that Yi-Fan deliberately asked the 4 of them about the hiding place of Zhang Huai and Wei Shi to test if the 4 of them were sincere in repenting. If they deliberately concealed the hiding place of the 2 ghosts or made up a random place to deceive Yi-Fan, the 4 of them would have already turned into ashes. Chapter 667. Seeing Yi-Fan fly straight to the black bamboo forest of the Stone Lion Mountain, to look for Zhang Wei and Zhang Wei. The four ghosts did not dare to delay. They immediately turned around and turned into four streams of black smoke, rushing towards the black bamboo forest. Amidst the thunder and torrential rain, a bright white star flashed across the sky with a long tail. The four streams of black smoke followed closely behind. For the living beings of the ghost realm, they were most proficient in this movement technique. They did not have a physical body. They completely relied on their own spirits and resentment to travel in the human world, drifting everywhere. These four ghosts were originally ghosts who had died a violent death. Their resentment was blazing. In addition, each of them had nearly 100 years of cultivation. Their movement speed had long surpassed that of ordinary ghosts by several times. However, as the saying goes, there is no need to be afraid of not knowing the goods. Compared to ordinary experts, the four ghosts could come and go without a trace. However, compared to Yifan, who had passed the heavenly tribulation, the movement technique that they were so proud of was not worth mentioning at all. Yifan's starlight was as fast as lightning and purple lightning. It could be said that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just as the four ghosts summoned the chilly wind, Yifan's starlight had already flown to the sky above the stone lion mountain, which was 300 li away. Seeing this situation, the four ghosts and the wind could not help but gasp. Yifan's movement technique was swift and fierce. The four ghosts had never seen or heard of it before. They urged their spirits to the extreme and rushed over with a whistling sound. The four ghosts were worried that Zhang Wei and Zhang Wei did not know Yifan's identity and directly fought with Yifan. In that case, Yifan would very likely take the lives of the two ghosts in a fit of anger. At this time, Yifan was floating in the air, looking down at the stone lion mountain below. He saw that on the peak of the mountain below, there was a large patch of lush black bamboo forest. In the storm, the bamboo forest was washed by the rain until it shone slightly. It shook crazily and made a sharp whistling sound, like the cries of ghosts and gods. Whoosh! High up in the sky, Yifan, who was floating in the air, had a thought. The rainbow-colored, rainbow-woven, rainbow-colored cloak draped over his body instantly flashed and transformed into an incomparably gorgeous jade embroidered robe. Now that his identity had been revealed, there was no need for him to disguise himself. Whoosh! When the torrential rain was less than 3 feet away from Yifan, it immediately changed its direction and took a detour around him. It did not touch Yifan in the slightest. This time, in order to disguise himself, Yifan deliberately left one of the 5 elements' secret treasures, the water-repelling pearl, in the inn. If he carried this secret treasure with him, the torrential rain would not be able to get close to him at all. This way, it would naturally alert the group of ghosts, and he would not be able to lure them out. However, even though the water avoidance pearl was not on him, the 8-treasure jade silk brocade robe he was wearing could still avoid the rain by a foot. In addition, his current spiritual power was tyrannical, so the spiritual power automatically formed a protective shield around his body. It was not strange that the rainwater would start to change its path 3 feet away. Phew! While Yifan was observing the black bamboo forest beneath his feet, the 4 ghosts who rode on the wind had also arrived. See, mister? When she saw the young man in front of her, who was wearing a gorgeous black robe, the red-clothed female ghost of the 4 ghosts tentatively called out. At this time, Yifan's straw raincoat and bamboo hat had already disappeared. Moreover, his back was facing the 4 ghosts, so it was reasonable for the female ghost to tentatively ask him. Floating in the air, Yifan, who was standing with his hands behind his back, slowly turned his head and looked at the 4 ghosts. As soon as the 4 ghosts saw him, they were immediately shocked. Yifan's face was like jade, his eyes were like cold stars, his eyebrows were like black ink, and his temples were like cut knives. His silky silver hair swayed gently in the wind, smooth and elegant. His beautiful black robe fluttered in the wind, fluttering incessantly. His whole body was surrounded by auspicious chi, and his spiritual power was overwhelming. What a handsome and elegant bouffon Yi Bouffon! He is indeed the reincarnation of Eldritch, a dragon among men. As the red-clothed female ghost thought to herself, her face turned red. In this black bamboo forest, other than the two ghosts Zhang and Wei, are there any other living people? Yi Fan turned his head to look at the black bamboo forest below and asked the four ghosts. In response to Mister's question, there are only two ghost kings in this black bamboo forest. There are no living people. The white-clothed ghost respectfully answered Yi Fan. What about birds and beasts? Yi Fan asked again. There are none. The white-clothed ghost replied. The remaining three ghosts looked at each other, not understanding why Yi Fan would suddenly ask about this matter. That's good. Yi Fan, whose silver hair was fluttering, revealed a sinister smile. Mister, do you want us to go down and inform them? The green-clothed ghost asked Yi Fan. No need. Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on the bamboo forest below that was wildly swaying in the wind and rain. He smiled and said, I will personally invite them out. Yi Fan laughed as he suddenly flipped his right palm and pushed it towards the black bamboo forest below him through the air. Whoosh, as Yi Fan instantly made his move, a powerful and domineering spiritual light beam shot out from his palm, passing through the heavy rain and shooting straight towards the black bamboo forest below. The light beam was only 7 inches thick, but it was dazzling with all 7 colors. The brilliance of the light beam instantly lit up the pitch-black Yikong in a radius of more than 100 feet around Yi Fan. The 7-colored brilliance illuminated the pitch-black Yikong, as well as the terrified faces of the four ghosts. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Fan had asked if there were any other living beings in the bamboo forest. They also understood what Yi Fan meant when he said invite. He was going to destroy this black bamboo forest to force Zhang Huai and Wei Shi to appear. However, destroying the bamboo forest was easy to say, but it was easier said than done. One had to know that Zhang Huai and Wei Shi had already set up 3 powerful Yin spirit barriers in this black bamboo forest. The barriers were so strong that even the few Taoist priests who were skilled in Taoism shook their heads helplessly. Whoosh! While the four ghosts were thinking, the 7-colored spiritual light beam shot out from Yi Fan's palm instantly rushed to the top of the black bamboo forest. The four ghosts opened their eyes wide and did not blink at all. The reason was very simple. The 3 barriers that Zhang Huai and Wei Shi had set up were more than 100 feet above the black bamboo forest. Buzz, 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 seeing the incoming spiritual light beam. 3 translucent black light walls appeared out of thin air above the black bamboo forest. The 3 black light walls covered a large area, completely enveloping the entire black bamboo forest, not allowing any wind or rain to pass through. It's a barrier. It's a barrier set up by the 2 ghost kings. The 4 ghosts were shocked. I wonder if these 3 Yin spirit barriers can withstand Yi Fan's 7-colored light beam. The 4 ghosts thought. However, they were thinking too much. Even if Zhang Wei and the other man had turned into ghosts and demons, they were, at best, just some of the stronger ghosts in the ghost realm. How could they possibly be a match for Yi Fan, who had gone through the heavenly tribulation and possessed the powers of Yin, Yang, devil, and evil? If the powerful 9 Cauldrons barrier could not withstand Yi Fan's power, how could these Yin spirit barriers stop him? Boom, boom, boom. Following 3 loud sounds, the 3 Yin spirit barriers were instantly penetrated by Yi Fan's 7-colored light beam, causing 3 ring-shaped airwaves to spread rapidly. Whoosh! After penetrating the 3 barriers, the 7-colored light beam did not slow down and heavily bombarded the bamboo forest. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the earth shook. Rocks collapsed, and airwaves surged. Whoosh! Within the bamboo forest, a 7-colored light beam appeared out of thin air and spread rapidly. Boom! Wherever the 7-colored light beam passed, thick black bamboos that were dozens of feet tall were instantly uprooted and broken into countless bamboo shavings that flew in the air. In the blink of an eye, dozens of acres of black bamboo forest on the peak of Stone Lion Mountain turned into nothingness. The entire stone lion mountain was covered with black bamboo shavings that were washed away by the torrential rain. High up in the sky, the four ghosts were dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground like statues. They were stunned by the scene in front of them, and even more so by Yi Fan's domineering cultivation. Tens of thousands of feet away, this person just flipped his palm, and the three ghost spirit barriers set up by Zhang Huai and Wei Shi were instantly penetrated and collapsed. The black bamboo forest was even more shaken, and rocks were sent flying, turning into nothingness. What kind of cultivation was this? What kind of power was this? At this moment, the four ghosts were no longer simply afraid of Yi Fan, but they were both respectful and afraid. They were afraid that this person's cultivation was heaven-defying, and with a wave of his hand, they could turn an entire forest into ashes. They respected this person because, although he had supreme skills, he did not kill innocent people. Just now, he had asked if there were any other living humans or beasts in the black bamboo forest other than the two ghosts, so as to avoid harming the innocent. Such a person, since ancient times, was rarely seen in the world. Regarding the effect of this attack, Yi Fan also frowned. He had wanted to use his own spiritual energy to remove the three barriers above the black bamboo forest, so as to intimidate the two ghosts in the forest and let them know the difficulties and retreat, and take the initiative to come out and surrender. As for the reason why he had asked if there were any living humans or beasts in the forest, the reason was very simple. He was afraid that the loud sound of breaking through the three barriers would cause these living creatures to die. In that case, he would have violated his vow to kill, and when the city gate was on fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. However, even though he had only shot out a few inches thick beam of spirit chi, the power released was far beyond his expectations. The mountain rocks collapsed, the earth shook, and the bamboo forest was destroyed. The power of the Phoenix Dance's 9 heavens was indeed no small matter. Yi Fan looked at his palm and thought to himself, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yi Fan was in shock over his own power, 2 balls of willow, the wisps, appeared from the messy bamboo forest below. They slowly floated up into the sky with a tail of flame that was half a foot long. The ghost fire was green, and it was as big as a bucket. It coiled around each other, and it kept rising up. It's the 2 ghost kings. The red-clothed female ghost saw the situation and immediately shouted. She originally thought that the Yin spirits of the Zhang and Wei ghosts had already been destroyed by Yi Fan's attack and turned into ashes. She had never thought that their primordial spirits and Yin spirits were still alive. When the other 3 ghosts saw the situation, they were happy at first, but then they frowned. They were happy that the 2 ghost king souls were not destroyed, and their primordial spirits were still alive. They were worried that even if the 2 ghost kings' Yin spirits were not destroyed, they were afraid that their cultivation levels had been reduced by 80 to 90%. It should be known that when the 2 ghosts appeared, the ghost fire could be as big as 3 feet, like a green fireball. But now, the 2 balls of ghost fire were only the size of a bucket. Compared with the usual, it was a world of difference. The 2 green balls of ghost fire coiled around each other and slowly flew to the void about 3 feet away from Yi Fan. In the process of ascending, the 2 balls of ghost fire were almost extinguished by the rain several times, and they were on the verge of collapse. It could be seen that Yi Fan's attack had indeed almost destroyed their primordial spirits. Whoosh! Chapter 668. Whoosh! As the 2 green willow, the wisps gradually dissipated, 2 people in large robes appeared in the void in front of Yi Fan. One of them was wearing a purple python robe, an emerald belt, and a pair of black curved boots. His face was red as dates, and his face was full of curly beard. He was tall and sturdy, and he had a fierce look on his face. The other person was wearing a golden dragon robe, a white belt inlaid with gold, and a pair of curved boots. His face was pale, and his lips were scarlet. He was thin and tall, and he had a cunning look on his face. The 2 of them were none other than the 2 ghosts, Zhang and Wei. At this moment, the 2 ghosts' long hair was messy, and their robes were tattered. Their faces were bruised and swollen, and they looked like two beggars who had been beaten up. "Greetings, venerable one." The two ghosts greeted Yi Fan as they bowed, and then knelt down in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan's attack just now had almost destroyed their primordial spirits and destroyed their Yin and spirits. The two ghosts knew that they had met an expert today, so naturally, they no longer dared to take any chances. They immediately showed themselves and kowtowed. "Ghost King! Ghost King!" After seeing the two Ghost Kings, the four ghosts standing behind Yi Fan immediately shouted. The two ghosts looked up at the four ghosts and then lowered their heads again. "You two are Zhang Huai and Wei Shi, who caused the people of Luoyu village to panic and turn pale at the mention of ghosts." Yi Fan asked the two ghosts. The two ghosts who were kneeling in the void lowered their heads even more when they heard Yi Fan's question. Obviously, they agreed. "Ghost Kings, Mr. Eldritch is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering him?" The female ghost in red said to the two ghosts. She was reminding the two ghosts that the young man in front of them was Eldritch, who fought the six immortals. She was hinting that they should answer honestly and not provoke Eldritch. As expected, when the two ghosts heard the words Eldritch, they immediately raised their heads, and their faces were full of shock. You are Mr. Evil. Mr. Evil Moon." Zhang Huai, who had thin eyes and curved eyebrows, stammered. "Mr. Eldritch." Wei Shi, who had a leopard head and round eyes, opened his eyes wide as he cried out involuntarily. "The Mister has already shown mercy to you. Hurry up and greet the Mister," the white-robed ghost said urgently to the two ghosts. When the Zhang and Wei ghosts heard the white-robed ghost's words, they felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. The two of them didn't dare to doubt the white-robed ghost's words. Who was Eldritch? He was a supreme expert who fought against the six immortals of the heaven realm alone without falling into a disadvantageous position. It was said that at that time, if it wasn't for his master, Taoist Tianji, who came forward to dissuade him, this person would have already slaughtered the immortals. He didn't even care about immortals, let alone two Yin ghosts. As long as he wanted to, he could get rid of the two ghosts in the blink of an eye. "This lowly one, Zhang Huai. Thanks, Mister, for sparing my life." Zhang Huai knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Yi Fan. "This lowly one, Wei Shi. Thanks, Mister, for sparing my life." Wei Shi expressed his gratitude, prostrating himself on the ground. "As villagers of Luoyu village, you didn't do good deeds when you were alive. It's fine if you didn't accumulate Yin energy, but after you died, your ghosts lingered around, committing crimes and harming living beings." Yi Fan shouted angrily. When the two ghosts heard Yi Fan's angry rebuke, they immediately kowtowed like they were pounding garlic and answered hurriedly. "Mister, please report, Mister. Speak." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "To be honest, Mister." Zhang Huai raised his head and said, "Our birth dates are different from ordinary people. When we were born, our birth dates were marked with the word Gui. Our destinies were against the evil spirits of heaven and earth, and we were born from the evil chi of heaven and earth. Our destinies are like this, and we can't do anything about it." Yi Fan frowned and didn't say anything. "We're speaking the truth. We wouldn't dare to deceive Mister," Wei Shi said to Yi Fan. "If Mister doesn't believe us, you can go to Luoyu village and ask the villagers. If we're lying, you can punish us however you want." As Wei Shi spoke, he knelt on the ground again. "Even if your destinies are against the evil spirits of heaven and earth, you can't harm living beings and take lives." Yi Fan berated loudly. "If it weren't for you, the hundreds of villagers of Luoyu village wouldn't have lost their lives." As Yi Fan spoke, he glanced sideways at the four ghosts standing behind him. When the four ghosts heard this, they immediately knelt down. It was obvious that the motley crew that Yi Fan had mentioned included them as well. "Mister, we know our mistakes," Zhang Huai said to Yi Fan. "Mister, please forgive us this time and give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. Mister, please let us live. We won't dare to do it again." Wei Shi also begged Yi Fan for mercy. "The two of you are different from the four of them. Your destinies are against the evil spirits of heaven and earth. If I let the two of you go this time, the two of you might continue to do evil, Yi Fan said with a frown. Mister, when the red-clothed female ghost heard the killing intent in Yi Fan's words, she immediately begged Yi Fan. Didn't Mister say that as long as the two ghost kings renounce evil and turn over a new leaf, Mister would spare them? Yi Fan glanced at the red-clothed female ghost and didn't say anything. Mister, the two of us really don't dare to do it again. Please spare our lives. The huge Wei Shi kept kowtowing to Yi Fan. The two of us will repay Mister's kindness even if we have to work like cows and horses in our next lives. Mister, the white-robed ghost and the green-robed ghost also pleaded for mercy for the two of them. The frowning Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then raised his gaze and looked at the two ghosts. The two ghosts' faces were filled with regret as they looked at Yi Fan anxiously. Let me ask you, Yi Fan said to the two ghosts, if I let the two of you go, what will the two of you do? We will immediately leave Liu village and surrender ourselves to the netherworld, Zhang Huai said to Yi Fan. We will be at the mercy of the netherworld. We only ask Mister to spare our lives. Based on the sins that the two of you have committed, you will definitely be sent to the 18th level of hell and will never be reincarnated, Yi Fan said. The two of us have already committed a grave mistake. It's too late for regrets. Wei Shi sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. After the four ghosts heard this, tears rolled down their cheeks. Although the four of them didn't have as many sins as the two ghosts, each of them had at least a dozen lives on their hands. When the karma matured one day, the four of them would definitely be sent to the netherworld and suffer the consequences. Even if I kill the two of you now or send you to the netherworld, the people who died tragically will not be resurrected, Yi Fan said. Let me ask you, are the two of you willing to follow me in the future and accumulate merits to atone for your sins? The moment Yi Fan said that, Zhang Wei and the other man were shocked. Even the four ghosts who were kneeling behind Yi Fan were filled with shock. Follow, Mister? Wei Shi asked in surprise. Why? You're not willing? Yi Fan asked the two ghosts. I'm willing. The two ghosts looked at each other and were wild with joy. The two of you were born from the evil chi of heaven and earth. Your sins are unforgivable. I should have destroyed your souls, destroyed your spirits, and returned you to the world, Yi Fan said calmly to the two ghosts, Zhang and Wei. However, considering that the two of you have sincerely repented and begged me again and again, I've kept you by my side and restrained you. From now on, the two of you have to listen to me, abide by the rules of etiquette, follow the rules, accumulate merits, and wash away the sins of killing in the past. Don't do evil in the world again. If anyone crosses the line, I'll definitely shatter your souls and extinguish your souls without mercy. The special fate of these two ghosts reminded Yi Fan of his fate in his past life and his fate in this life. In addition, these two ghosts were sincere in their repentance. Coincidentally, he needed two people to run errands by his side. Thus, he decided to keep these two ghosts by his side. We are willing to follow Mister's orders. The two ghosts cried tears of joy and kowtowed as they said in unison. Being able to work under Eldritch was a once-in-a-lifetime blessing. You two cultivate well and accumulate merits. When the time is right, I will find a way to send the two of you into a rich family and reincarnate, Yi Fan said. Thank you, Mister, for your kindness. Thank you, Mister, for your kindness. The two ghosts were overjoyed to have found a blessing in disguise. The two of you can stand up, Yi Fan said to the two ghosts. The two ghosts nodded and stood up. From today onwards, Zhang Huai will be renamed Zhang Gong, and Wei Shi will be renamed Wide. Yi Fan said to the two ghosts, when you go out to do things, you can use my name. Yes, the two ghosts replied happily. Mister, since you've taken the two ghost kings in, why don't you take the four of us in as well? The red-clothed female ghost who was kneeling on the side saw that Yi Fan had taken the two ghost kings in as his subordinates and immediately asked, Mister, please let us follow you as well. The white-clothed ghost also begged. The four of us are willing to follow you wherever you go and wait for Mister's orders. The green-clothed ghost and the green-clothed ghost also echoed and asked Yifan to take them in. The four of you are different from the two of them. Yifan turned around and said to the four of them, although you are ghosts who have died a violent death, you can still enter the cycle of reincarnation. Furthermore, my fate is very strong. If you follow me, you will be implicated. We are not afraid of being implicated. We are only willing to follow Mr. The red-clothed female ghost pleaded sincerely. We are willing to follow Mr. The remaining three ghosts pleaded in unison. Since you are willing to follow me, then I have 2 tasks for you to do. Yifan saw that the 4 ghosts were sincerely following him and said, as long as the 4 of you can complete these 2 tasks, I will take you in. Mr. Please tell us. The red-clothed female ghost immediately revealed a happy expression when she heard Yifan's words and said, as long as the 4 of us can do it, let alone 2, even if it's 20 or 200 tasks, we will do it even if it's 10,000 deaths. Good, Yifan said to the 4 ghosts. First, I want you to disperse the ghosts under you and stop recruiting evil ghosts. Can you do that? We can, the white-clothed ghost said. We will disperse the ghosts tonight. From today onwards, we will no longer interact with them. Second, Yifan continued. I want the 4 of you to visit all the villagers in Luoyu village in their dreams tonight. Tell them that from today onwards, you will no longer harass the villagers. Instead, you will protect the villagers and sincerely repent and atone for your sins. Can you do this? Mr. This, the green-clothed ghost said, and raised his head to look at Yifan. Why, can't I do it? Yifan asked. We can visit the villagers in their dreams and sincerely repent, but the green-clothed ghost said hesitantly. But what? Yifan asked. We just want to follow Mr. wholeheartedly. We don't want to stay in Luoyu village for a moment, the red-clothed female ghost said. The one who started the trouble should end it, Yifan said. Since you've made everyone in Luoyu village panic and turn pale at the mere mention of ghosts, then this matter should be resolved by you. If you can't even do such a small thing, then why are you still talking about following me? Yifan said and turned around, ready to leave. Mister, please wait. We are willing, the red-clothed female ghost said. Yifan slowly turned around and faced the 4 ghosts. We are willing to listen to Mister's teachings, the white-clothed ghost said. Tonight, the 4 of us will visit the villagers in their dreams and sincerely repent. The green-clothed ghost said respectfully to Yifan, from today onwards, we will protect the villagers and atone for our sins. Good. Yifan smiled. When the time comes, I will ask the villagers to build a ghost temple for the 4 of you. Firstly, it will worship you. Secondly, it will take in those wandering ghosts who have no one to rely on. It will also be a good deed. Mister, when can we follow you? The red-clothed female ghost asked Yifan. 10 years. Yifan replied. 10 years later, I will return to this place and see how well you have handled this matter. If you have done well, I will accept the 4 of you as my disciples. After the 4 ghosts heard this, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. Chapter 669. There's no time to lose. You 4 ghosts should go to Luoyu village now and tell the people in their dreams. There must be no mistakes. Yifan said to the 4 ghosts, 10 years later, I will come here to verify your merits. Yes, mister. The 4 ghosts cupped their hands and said. After speaking, the 4 ghosts spun around on the spot and instantly turned into 4 black whirlwinds, whistling in the direction of Luoyu village. After watching the 4 ghosts leave, Yifan turned to look at the 2 ghosts and asked, Zhonggong Wide, are you 2 still able to ride the wind? Although his palm did not kill the 2 ghosts just now, it destroyed most of their cultivation. Now, the 2 ghost-seen spirits were weak and on the verge of collapse. It was unknown whether they could still ride the wind. Mister, we don't have enough spirits now, but we can still ride the wind. Zhonggong said to Yifan. That's good. Yifan told the 2 ghosts. I'm going to Falling Rain Village's 3 goats in first. The two of you can find a place with extreme energy to rest and recuperate. After 4 hours, come to the inn and look for me. Remember, stop the banners and the drums and don't disturb the people. Akatsuki and Baihu might have fallen asleep now. If he brought the two ghosts back rashly, it was likely to scare them. Yes, the two ghosts bowed their hands and said in unison to Yifan. Seeing that the matter had been resolved satisfactorily, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. He urged his body movement and turned into a bright star, rushing in the direction of Luoyu village. In the Three-Yang Inn, Akatsuki lay quietly on the camphor wood bed in the bedroom. Her beautiful eyes stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Outside the window, the rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Baihu lay beside Akatsuki. Her pair of bright eyes blinked from time to time, sparkling and translucent. The man and the fox were both preoccupied with their own thoughts. They were worried about Yifan and were not in the mood to sleep. Yifan had been out for almost 4 hours, and he still hadn't returned. He didn't know how the matter was going, whether it was going smoothly or whether he had encountered any trouble. Yu Hongji, who was lying on the wooden bed, turned over and thought to herself. Whoosh! Just as Akatsuki's imagination was running wild, the door and windows of her bedroom were instantly illuminated by a bright white light, and then disappeared in an instant. Xiao Zhao, Hongji, I'm back. Yifan's voice came from the living room. He was back. Akatsuki was overjoyed and immediately got down. Whoosh! Upon hearing Yifan's familiar voice, Baihu immediately jumped down from the wooden bed. Taking advantage of the moment when Akatsuki opened the door, she slipped out through the crack in the door. In the living room, the black-robed, silver-haired Yifan was sitting at the table with a smile, leisurely drinking tea. Whoosh! After leaping out of the bedroom, Baihu Xiao Zhao lightly jumped onto the table. She arrived in front of Yifan and intimately rubbed against Yifan. Yifan smiled and reached out to stroke Baihu's head. You're back, Akatsuki said as she reached out to light the red candles on the table. As the red candles were lit, the living room was immediately brightened. Yes, Yifan replied with a smile. Is everything done? Akatsuki picked up the teapot and asked while pouring tea for Yifan. Everything is done, Yifan replied. Was it successful? Akatsuki asked. It was very successful, Yifan said while drinking tea. Tell me about it. Akatsuki put down the teapot with a smile and said to Yifan. Yifan smiled and told Akatsuki how he had disguised himself, how he had lured the ghosts out, and how he had intimidated the two ghosts and subdued them. Akatsuki nodded while listening. When she heard that Yifan had made the 4 ghosts repent to the people of Luoyu village in their dreams and turn over a new leaf, Akatsuki could not help but applaud Yifan's actions. Yifan was still Yifan, still the kind-hearted and chivalrous Yifan. You're really strange. After listening to Yifan's story, Akatsuki picked up an empty cup from the tea tray and poured herself a cup of tea. She smiled and said, that young man was such a good seedling, yet you refused to accept him as your disciple. Instead, you accepted these 4 perverted, gambling, murderous, and gambling ghosts as your disciples without even thinking about it. You even brought the 2 ghosts, Zhang and Wei, who were born from the evil energy of heaven and earth, with you. I really don't know what you're thinking. No wonder your nickname is Eldritch. It's really evil. I only have killing skills. What can I teach that child? Besides, I'm a jinx. Whoever follows me will be unlucky. Yifan stroked Baihu's fur and said with a smile. Then you're not afraid that these ghosts will be implicated by you? Akatsuki asked with a smile. Them? Yifan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The 4 ghosts each had their own preferences, and all of them died a violent death. How unlucky could they be? As for Zhang and Wei, it's even more impossible. They were born from the evil energy of heaven and earth. It's good enough that I'm not unlucky with them. Akatsuki couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. It's still early. Do you and Xiao Zhao want to sleep for a while? Yifan asked Akatsuki. No matter how sleepy I am now, I won't sleep. Akatsuki smiled. Why? Yifan asked Akatsuki. I'm afraid that if I close my eyes, those four ghosts will appear in my dream. Akatsuki smiled and explained, I don't want to see them in my dream. Yifan was stunned, then smiled. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. As the two were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Akatsuki asked. It was the middle of the night, so she didn't know who would be knocking on the door. Sir, it's me. The waiter's voice came from outside the door, and he sounded very respectful. Akatsuki frowned and turned to look at Yifan. What's the matter? Yifan asked. Mr. Eldritch, I prepared some supper for you. The waiter's voice was trembling. Yifan and Akatsuki were shocked when they heard that. How did the waiter know my identity? Yifan thought to himself. He immediately got up from his seat and walked slowly to the door. Whoosh! The moment he got up, Yifan's body flashed with red light, and he turned back into the man with bronze skin in his 30s. Creak! Yifan opened the door from the inside. Outside the door, the innkeeper, who was dressed in official robes, and the waitress, who had a nervous expression, stood respectfully outside the door. They bowed respectfully and reverently. The waiter had a large tray on his head, and on the tray was a sumptuous meal. You guys are... The scene in front of Yifan made him a little confused, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. Mr. Eldritch, you've graced our humble inn with your presence, and you've subdued the ghosts for the villagers, and you've brought peace to the Luoyu village. I'm really blind, and I didn't recognize MT Tai. I'm sorry. The innkeeper in his official robes said as he knelt in front of Yifan and bowed. I'm blind, and I didn't recognize you. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me. The waiter with the tray on his head said as he knelt in front of Yifan. He was once on the same level as Yifan, and Yifan had personally poured wine for him. Thinking of this, the waiter's forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. Yifan looked at the scene in front of him, and he immediately understood what was going on. Obviously, the four ghosts had finished telling the villagers of the Luoyu village in their dreams, and they had also told the two of them his identity. If that wasn't the case, how could the two of them know his identity? What are you doing? Get up quickly, Yifan said as he stretched out his hand to help the two of them up. The innkeeper and the waiter stood up in fear and trepidation. Come, let's talk inside. Yifan's body flashed as he said to the two of them. Thank you, Mr. Eldritch. The two of them said as they stepped in respectfully. This time, Akatsuki and Baihu didn't return to the bedroom. It was obvious that the other party had already known Yifan's true identity. In this case, the two of them didn't have to hide anymore. Seeing Baihu and Akatsuki with a veil on her face, the innkeeper and the waiter were even more certain of Yifan's identity. During the demon-slaying conference, Yifan had gone through the heavenly tribulation, the nirvana of the phoenix, and was reborn from the ashes in front of everyone. This matter was now known by everyone. At that time, there were hundreds of people who went to rescue Yifan, and among them were this white spiritual fox and this beautiful woman with sparkling eyes. Sir, we don't have much to serve you in the inn. We only have a few dishes and a few pots of wine. Please excuse us. The innkeeper said respectfully as he placed the 8 exquisite dishes in the waiter's hands on the table one by one. What did the four ghosts say to you in the dream? Yifan went straight to the point and asked the two of them directly. The innkeeper and the waiter looked at each other and knelt down in front of Yifan. Mr. Eldritch, I thank you on behalf of the villagers of the Luoyu village. The innkeeper said as tears flowed down his cheeks. The waiter was also wiping away his tears. You're too kind. Get up and talk. Yifan helped the two of them up again. The two of them wiped their tears with their sleeves and told Yifan everything about the dream just now. Just like what Yifan had told them, the four ghosts visited thousands of people in the Luoyu village in their dreams at the same time. In the dream, the four ghosts knelt on the ground and confessed to the villagers with tears in their eyes. They kowtowed and told the villagers about their sins in the past and asked for forgiveness. They also said that they would not do evil again in the future. In addition, the four ghosts also told the villagers about Yifan's residence and his true identity. They also said that they were sincerely convinced by Eldritch's cultivation and character and sincerely pledged their allegiance to him. From now on, they were willing to protect the safety of the Liu village and atone for their sins. After hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The only thing he had forgotten to tell them was not to reveal his identity, but they had actually leaked the news. Now, all the villagers in the Liu village knew who he was. In less than a day, this news would spread to the whole Thunder Town and even the whole Hunan. After 3 days, perhaps the whole Great Ming dynasty would know about this. Chapter 670. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Yi Fan sent away the grateful innkeeper and innkeeper. After closing the door, Yi Fan smiled bitterly. He had tried so hard to disguise himself and keep a low profile, but in the end, he still couldn't hide his identity and made it known to everyone. You're now the hero of Liu Village. Why do you still look so bitter? Akatsuki asked with a smile when she saw Yi Fan shaking his head and smiling bitterly. I like peace and quiet. I'm not good at interacting with people. Yi Fan came to the table and said to Akatsuki while pouring tea. Just now, the two of them were a hero and a benefactor, kowtowing and saluting for an hour. Even if they weren't tired, I'm tired. That's what they mean by courtesy, Akatsuki said with a smile. Eldritch name is too famous. I think they almost worship you. When the two ghosts arrive, we'll leave immediately. We can't stay here anymore, Yi Fan said while drinking tea. We're leaving before dawn? Akatsuki asked. I'm afraid that the villagers of Liu village will surround this in before dawn, Yi Fan said with a frown. Yu Hongji pursed her lips and smiled. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind came from outside the window. The sound of the wind came from afar, whistling and whistling, completely different from the sound of the storm outside. Speak of the devil. Yi Fan put down his teacup and said with a smile. Whoosh! 2 gusts of wind came to the outside of the window as they spoke, swirling and blowing the window paper. Bang! Following the arrival of the 2 gusts of wind, the orange flame on the candlestick in the room immediately swayed and jumped up half a foot in an instant, turning into a green flame. The whole room was suddenly covered in a dark green color. What a strong, energy. Yi Fan frowned, puzzled. Just a moment ago, the Zhang and Wei ghosts clearly didn't have many spirits left. Even when they were riding the winds, they were barely able to move forward. But now, these 2 spirits were full of spirits and were filled with eerie qi. In less than 4 hours, the 2 ghosts were actually able to recover to such an extent. Woo! Baihu, who was standing on the table, stared at the rattling window frame with her clear eyes. At the same time, she bared her fox teeth, lowered her body, and let out a low growl. She had been learning from Jinshan for a long time. During this time, she had become familiar with the 2 crimson ghosts by Jinshan's side. It was precisely because of this that it had a special ability to sense ghosts. Akatsuki, who was sitting opposite Yi Fan, saw this and instinctively grabbed Yi Fan's hand, her face pale. She wasn't afraid of anything, but she was afraid of ghosts. Yi Fan, who was frowning, reached out and patted Akatsuki's hand, indicating that she shouldn't be afraid. Teacher, the 2 of us have followed teacher's orders to come and pay our respects. Zhang Gong's voice came from the swirling winds outside the window. You 2 come in, Yi Fan said while his figure changed back to normal. Yes, the 2 ghosts replied. Whoosh! 2 slender green lights zigzagged through the window crack and flew into the room. Whoosh! The green lights fell to the ground, revealing 2 people. At this time, the 2 ghosts were no longer dressed like when they first appeared. Instead, they had completely changed their attire. The tall wide was wearing a simple green robe and a scholar's headband. The thin and tall Zhang Gong was wearing a white scholar's robe, dressed like a scholar. They were now Yi Fan's ghost servants, so naturally, they couldn't dress like before. However, even so, one of their eyes was still red and the other green. Their bodies were surrounded by winds, giving off a dense, ghostly aura. As soon as the 2 ghosts appeared, Akatsuki, who was holding Yi Fan's hand, suddenly tightened her grip. Woo! Baihu bared her fox teeth and growled. It could be seen that she didn't like the two people in front of her at all. Xiao Zhao, don't be rude. Yi Fan reached out and stroked Baihu, comforting her. This little ghost offended this fox immortal. Please forgive me. Zhang Gong cupped his hands and said to Baihu. Wide also cupped his hands and bowed to Baihu. This is Akatsuki, my friend. Yi Fan said to the two ghosts, then turned to look at Akatsuki, Hongji, there's Zhang Gong, and Wide. Greetings to miss you. The two ghosts bowed to Akatsuki. Akatsuki forced herself to be calm and nodded. What kind of secret technique did the two of you cultivate to be able to recover your own spirits to such an extent in such a short time? Yi Fan asked the two of them directly. Replying to Mr. Zhang Gong lowered his head and cupped his hands to Yi Fan and said, in the black bamboo forest of Stone Lion Mountain, there's a place of extreme Yin that is 30 feet in size. The Yin Qi in this place is extremely strong, and the spiritual power is endless. Birds do not fly all year round, and not even a blade of grass grows. The reason why the two of us were able to recover in such a short time was because we absorbed the spiritual energy there. To tell Mr. the truth, the reason why the two of us stayed in the black bamboo forest was because of that place of extreme Yin. The tall Wide cupped his hands to Yi Fan and said, when Mr. attacked just now, if the two of us didn't enter the place of extreme Yin at the critical moment, I'm afraid that our primordial spirits would have been shattered by Mr.'s palm and turned into ashes. Place of extreme Yin? When Yi Fan heard what the two ghosts said, he immediately frowned. According to what you said, the two of you obtained your cultivation from that place of extreme Yin. As Yi Fan spoke, he raised his head and looked at the two ghosts. Yes, the two ghosts replied. Yi Fan nodded slowly. In his opinion, this place of extreme Yin was very likely to be related to the 9 cauldrons. Back then, Qing Xinzi had personally told him that within the 9 cauldrons, there were 5 Yang and 4 Yin. 5 of them corresponded to the Yang method, and 4 of them corresponded to the Yin number. The Yin cauldron had strong Yin Qi, while the Yang cauldron had blazing Yang cauldron. Could it be that there was a Yin cauldron hidden under this place of extreme Yin? Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Who cares if there's a date or not? I'll hit it with a pole first. Hongji, this matter should not be delayed. Let's go to Stone Lion Mountain now. Yi Fan stood up and said to Akatsuki. Akatsuki understood and nodded. Mr. wants to go to that place of extreme Yin? Zhang Gong asked Yi Fan. That's right, Yi Fan replied. You two come to my sleeve first. After I'm done with this matter, I'll look for you two ghosts. Yes. The two ghosts cupped their hands and said, and spun in place. Shwa. The two ghosts instantly turned into 2 green lights. Yi Fan stretched out his sleeve, and the 2 green lights snaked into it. After receiving the 2 ghosts, Yi Fan put away the water avoidance pearl and the distant fire sword, and went downstairs with Akatsuki and Baihu Xiaozhao. In any case, the shopkeeper and the waiter here were very hospitable to them. If they just left, it would be unreasonable. Mr. Eldritch, you are. Seeing Yi Fan and Akatsuki coming downstairs, the shopkeeper at the counter and the waiter in the lobby immediately greeted them and asked, Shopkeeper, waiter, we're leaving. Yi Fan came to the counter and said to the 2 people at the counter, Thank you for your hospitality. Sorry to disturb you. Here's the money. As Yi Fan said, he took out a golden leaf from his arms and handed it to the shopkeeper. The table of dishes served by the 2 people just now was full of first-class delicacies. Bird's nest and bear's paws were all available. At a glance, one could tell that the price was not cheap. Yi Fan has never taken advantage of others, so he paid the bill with a golden leaf. What are you doing? When the shopkeeper saw Yi Fan was about to pay, he immediately said anxiously, You helped our falling rain village to subdue the fierce ghosts. We can't thank you enough. How can we accept your money? Aren't you slapping our faces? We can't accept this money no matter what. We can't accept it. Not only can we not accept it, we also have to erect a monument and a memorial tablet for you to pass on to future generations. Please don't do that. Yi Fan quickly said, This will shorten my lifespan. If you really want to thank me, You can build an ancestral hall for the 4 ghosts at the entrance of the village. Let them enjoy the incense of the mortal world and protect the villagers of Falling Rain Village. This golden leaf is my share of the loot." As Yifan said, he stuffed the golden leaf into the shopkeeper's hand. This. The shopkeeper held the golden leaf in his hand and said anxiously, "You helped our villagers. How can we let you pay for it? That's not right. Just treat it as me doing good deeds." Yifan smiled. He turned around and prepared to leave. "Sir," the shopkeeper's voice came from behind. "Sir, please wait. Is there anything else, shopkeeper?" Yifan turned around and asked, "I'll accept the money you gave for the ancestral hall, but I can't accept the money for your accommodation and meals." The shopkeeper returned the golden leaf to Yifan. "If I take your money, I'll be letting down my ancestors in the netherworld, and I'll be too ashamed to answer to the elders of Falling Rain Village." Yifan held the golden leaf in his hand and didn't know what to say. "How about this?" The shopkeeper saw the troubled look on Yifan's face and said, "Why don't you leave behind a piece of calligraphy for us? That way, you'll feel at ease, and I'll be able to answer to the old and young men in the village. Otherwise, they'll blame me for not keeping you here." "This okay?" Yifan hesitated for a moment and agreed to the shopkeeper's request. "That's great. Waiter, hurry up and bring me the brush and ink." The shopkeeper was overjoyed and urged the waiter. The waiter dashed away and soon returned with the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, as well as the 4 treasures of the study. "Sir, please." After the shopkeeper ground the ink for Yifan, he spread out the fine rice paper and said, "How about I write the words abundant sources of wealth for you?" Yifan came to the table and asked the shopkeeper, "Sir, you're an elegant person. These words are extremely vulgar and really don't deserve your brush and ink." The shopkeeper respectfully said to Yifan, "Sir, you don't have to solicit business for me. Just speak your mind and don't bother about trifles." After Yifan heard this, he smiled and nodded. The words abundant sources of wealth really didn't suit his style. After thinking for a moment, Yifan had an idea. He picked up the brush and dipped it in thick ink. He wrote the words pure moon-white wind on the rice paper. The 4 words were flamboyant and vigorous. They were wild and uninhibited, but they didn't lose their elegance. At the bottom, Yifan wrote the words eldritch. He had been forced by his father Yi Kong to copy all kinds of calligraphy since he was young. He had already practiced his handwriting. Yifan originally thought that it was useless no matter how good his handwriting was. Now, it seemed that it came in handy. Good handwriting. Good handwriting. After the shopkeeper saw the calligraphy, he praised it repeatedly. He and the waiter came forward and admired Yifan's calligraphy with a face full of surprise. The 2 of them blew dry the ink and carefully held one end of the calligraphy to admire it. "Sir's calligraphy is not inferior to Jiangsu's and Huaisu's," the shopkeeper said to Yifan while admiring the calligraphy. However, at this moment, no one answered him. The shopkeeper was shocked and quickly looked up. Chapter 671. In the pouring rain, Yifan brought Akatsuki, who was carrying Baihu, and flew through the air, advancing rapidly. There was less than 2 hours before daybreak, and it was the darkest time of the day. Coupled with the torrential rain, the world was as dark as ink, and one could not even see their own fingers. They could only hear the sound of the torrential rain and the sound of thunder. In order to prevent Akatsuki from being affected by the heavenly lightning, Yifan maintained the height of the light ball at around 200 feet below the clouds, passing through the wind and rain, moving as fast as lightning. The 300-mile journey was completed in the blink of an eye, and the 2 people and 1 fox arrived above the stone-lined mountain in the blink of an eye. "We're here." Yifan stopped in the air and said to Akatsuki, "This is the stone-lined mountain." Yu Hongji asked Yifan in shock as she looked at the messy mountain peak that was filled with broken rocks and bamboo shavings. Yifan nodded. Akatsuki's heart trembled, but she did not say anything. A casual palm strike could produce such a destructive power. If he used his full strength, wouldn't the entire stone lion mountain collapse? Yifan did not notice Akatsuki's expression. At this moment, with a thought, he activated the demonic power in his body and looked down. Swish! Two dazzling red pillars of light shot out from Yifan's eyes, passing through the torrential rain and shooting straight at the stone lion mountain. When the light pillars shot out from Yifan's eyes, they were only as thick as a thumb, but when they hit the mountain, they became several feet thick and were completely red. Swish! Swish! The blood-red light swept back and forth on the stone lion mountain, searching for the 3 feet wide field. Akatsuki was once again shocked by the scene in front of her. She had never seen anyone search for things like this. When the 2 red pillars of light swept past an inconspicuous place on the stone lion mountain, a black light suddenly flashed past the ground. It was the field. Yifan exclaimed in his heart. This place was indeed full of Chi. It was extraordinary. We found the field. Let's go down and take a look. As Yifan spoke, he withdrew the 2 blood-red lights back into his eyes. Then he activated his movement technique and slowly descended towards the stone lion mountain. Whoosh! Just when the 2 of them were less than 1,000 feet away from the ground, a black beam of light shot out from the elimination ground, heading straight for Yifan and Lu Ming, who were in midair. The black pillar of light was about 7 inches thick and was as black as ink. Black smoke could be faintly seen coiling around it. What a powerful spirit! As Yifan thought to himself, he suddenly grabbed Akatsuki, who had not yet reacted, and moved 3 feet to the side. Whoosh! The black beam of light missed its target and whizzed past the water-repelling light sphere. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Yifan dodged the black light pillar's attack, the black light pillar surged out from the field once again. This time, there were as many as 3 black light pillars, each of which was 9 inches thick. The 3 black light pillars were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 3 feet away from Yifan and Lu Ming. Yifan frowned and waved his sleeves. Whoosh! As Yifan waved his sleeves, the 3 black light pillars instantly dispersed and changed directions, flashing past Yifan. Swish, swish, swish. When Yifan dodged the second attack, the 3rd wave of light pillars surged out from the elimination ground. This time, there were almost 100 black rays. Dense black rays of light rose from the ground, like countless black sharp arrows, and shot towards the 2 people in midair. They were as fast as lightning. This time, Yifan was impatient. He squinted his eyes and activated the heavenly demon power in his body. Swish! Following which, several red rays of light appeared out of nowhere on Yifan's forehead. A dazzling swastika that was flowing with a bloody light appeared between his eyebrows. Buzz, as soon as the swastika appeared, a huge red ball of light appeared around Yifan and enveloped him. Lu Ming and Lu Ming. The red ball of light was 3 feet wide and as red as blood. It radiated a dazzling red light, like a blood-red sun. Boom! A resounding boom rang out, and over 100 spirit rays instantly rushed towards the crimson ball of light. In the torrential rain, the black rays splashed and the red rays rose. One was the heavenly demon power, red as blood. The other was the purest spirit, black as ink. The 2 forces clashed and were in a stalemate. From afar, it was as if a black light pillar was holding up a blazing red sun. Within the blood-red ball of light, Akatsuki was covered in red light. She hugged Baihu with one hand and held Yifan's arm tightly with the other. She pursed her lips tightly. She had been with Yifan for so long, but this was the first time she had seen him use the heavenly demon power to activate the blood-red ball of light. When she looked at Yifan again, the corners of his mouth curled up and a sinister smile appeared. He squinted his eyes and activated the blood-red ball of light again. Buzz, the blood-red ball of light began to rotate. At the same time, the ball of light expanded by 3 feet. This time, the black light pillar couldn't hold on any longer. The blood-red ball of light continued to roll against the black light pillar and flew towards the ground at high speed. Chi, the blood-red ball of light, was like a hot knife through butter. Wherever it passed, the black light pillar instantly turned into black smoke and scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red ball was less than 7 feet away from the inland on the ground. However, Yi Fan, who was inside the blood-red ball, had no intention of stopping. He continued to activate the blood-red ball and cut through all obstacles. Bu Fan Kuan. When Akatsuki saw this, she immediately reminded Yi Fan to stop. Yi Fan slowly turned his head to look at Akatsuki with a sinister smile. Akatsuki didn't see it, but when she saw Yi Fan's eyes, she immediately felt her hair stand on end and her scalp tingle. At this moment, other than Yi Fan's pupils, everything else in his eyes had turned blood red. The red light flashed, and it was as red as blood. His red eyes matched with his black pupils. Coupled with his demon-like evil smile, anyone who saw him would shudder in fear. Yi Fan's demonic nature had appeared. Akatsuki was alarmed. With a sinister smile, Yi Fan turned his head and continued to activate the blood-red ball of light, charging towards the inland below. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The ground trembled and the mountain shook. Yi Fan's blood-red ball of light, which was 3 feet in size, crashed into the inland. Bang! Stone fragments flew up and burst out at high speed. Looking at the blood-red ball of light again, its power did not decrease. It continued to spin and charge downwards, straight into the mountain, as if it wanted to pierce through the stone Lion Mountain from top to bottom. Rumble, the entire stone Lion Mountain began to tremble violently. Bu Fan Kuan, what are you doing? Within the blood-red ball of light, Akatsuki asked Yi Fan loudly. If this continued, the stone Lion Mountain would soon be split into two. It was not a big deal that the mountain was split into two. Akatsuki was worried that the shaking of the mountain would cause an earthquake, causing the nearby villages to be destroyed. Not only that, the shaking of the mountain would cause a large number of rocks to fall, and together with the torrential rain, it would form gravel and mud, drowning the villages. When she was in Japan, she had seen the power of this gravel and mud with her own eyes. Wherever it passed, all the houses were instantly buried. Now was the time when the commoners were sleeping. Once the disaster occurred, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. I'd like to see what's underneath this place of absolute een. With a sinister smile, Yi Fan urged the blood-red ball to charge downwards as he turned to look at Akatsuki and said, Yi Fan Kuan, you have been possessed. Wake up. Akatsuki said anxiously, if this continues, the stone Lion Mountain will be destroyed by you. It's just a hole. It's no big deal. Yi Fan said with a sinister smile. At this moment, he was indeed like what Akatsuki had said. His mind had been taken over by the demonic power. Bu Fan Kuan, stop. Akatsuki urged Yi Fan anxiously. Yi Fan glanced at Akatsuki and did not say anything. He continued to do as he pleased. Stop right there. Slap. Akatsuki said anxiously as she slapped Yi Fan. Yi Fan's handsome face tilted from Akatsuki's slap, and he turned his head away. Rumble. The blood-red ball of light gradually stopped. Yi Fan slowly turned his head. His expression was ferocious as he stared at Akatsuki with his bloodshot eyes. How dare you hit me? Swoosh. Before Yi Fan could finish his sentence, Baihu, who had been lying in Akatsuki's arms, suddenly stretched out its sharp claws and slashed at Yi Fan's fair and handsome face. Although it could not speak, its heart was as clear as a mirror. Right now, Yi Fan was in the same state as when he was at the bottom of the Sisui River. His mind had been controlled. When it saw that Akatsuki's slap had no effect, it immediately used the same trick and slashed at Yi Fan with its claws. After Baihu's slash, a few streaks of blood appeared on Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan was startled at first. Then, he was shocked, and his mind instantly became clear. The red light in his eyes flashed and disappeared into thin air. The swastika written upside down on his forehead also began to fade and disappear. At the same time, the blood-red ball of light around his body also dissipated. Swish! The streaks of blood on Yi Fan's face healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as good as new. This body was refined by the spiritual power of the phoenix dances in the ninth heaven. It was not comparable to an ordinary body. In addition, Yi Fan had entered the blood demon pool and could recover his entire body with a drop of blood. Under the operation of the two spiritual powers, it was easy to heal a few streaks of blood. Everything returned to normal. What happened to me? After recovering his mind, Yi Fan touched his face and looked straight at Akatsuki and Baihu. At this time, he only remembered that he had used the power of the heavenly demon to fight against the black beam of light. Then, he felt a burning pain on his face. As for what happened during that time, he did not remember anything. Look up. Akatsuki frowned and said to Yi Fan, "Look up." Yi Fan looked up with a puzzled expression. Looking up was fine, but the scene in front of him shocked Yi Fan so much that his jaw almost fell to the ground. At this time, they were in a stone pit hundreds of feet deep. They were like frogs in a well looking at the sky. The stone pit was straight up and down. It was more than 3 feet wide. The surrounding stone walls were polished extremely smooth. When the rain fell on the stone walls, water vapor came out with a sizzling sound. Just now, under the high-speed rotation of Yi Fan's demonic spiritual ball of light, the temperature of the stone walls rose sharply like charcoal. When the rain fell, water vapor naturally rose. This is... Yi Fan looked at Akatsuki and stammered. "This was all done by you," Akatsuki said faintly. Chapter 672. It seems that the heavenly demon's power in my body is starting to become restless. After listening to Akatsuki's explanation of his crazy actions, Yi Fan muttered to himself with a solemn expression. He originally thought that it would take some time before he would be devoured by the demon spirit, but now it seemed that the actual situation was far worse than he had imagined. Then what should we do? Seeing Yi Fan's serious expression, Akatsuki immediately asked with a worried expression. It shouldn't be a big problem for the time being. Yi Fan looked at Akatsuki and said, "I'll pay more attention in the future." "Then what do we do now?" Akatsuki asked. "Are we still going to continue searching here?" "Since we're already here, of course we have to investigate properly," Yi Fan said without hesitation. "Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't ask us to come here to investigate for no reason. But we've already drilled hundreds of feet into the mountain, and we still haven't found anything," Akatsuki said with a troubled expression. "I don't know what the black light came from. We haven't discovered it yet, because we haven't gone any deeper." Yi Fan squatted down and reached out to touch the ground of the tunnel. He said, "I can clearly sense that there's an extremely tyrannical Een spirit more than 300 feet below. Is it a divine cauldron?" Akatsuki asked. "I'm not sure about that." Yi Fan slowly stood up and said with a frown, "The Een spirit of this thing is too strong. I can't be sure what it is. If we want to know what it is, we have to continue exploring." "You're not going to dig deeper, are you?" Akatsuki frowned and said to Yi Fan, "If we continue to dig, this place will definitely cause an earthquake. The houses of the villages within 100 miles will definitely collapse, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. In addition to the falling rocks and torrential rain, the two will mix to form gravel and mud. The consequences will be unimaginable." "You're right, I really can't touch this stone-lined mountain anymore." Yi Fan looked at the surrounding stone walls and said to Akatsuki. Akatsuki was right. Once he continued to dig, the mountain would definitely collapse, and the people in the nearby villages would suffer as well. At that time, not only would he not accumulate merit, he would also create an endless cycle of killing. "Then what do we do now?" Akatsuki asked anxiously. At this moment, she could neither advance nor retreat. She was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. "I have an idea," Yi Fan said to Akatsuki after a moment of thought. "What is it?" Akatsuki's eyes lit up as she asked. I will first use the astral projection method to separate my primordial spirit from my body, then go deep into the mountain to investigate the otherworldly item," Yifan said to Akatsuki. "This way, I can find out what the item is without destroying the stone-lined mountain." Astral projection. Akatsuki couldn't believe her ears after hearing Yifan's words. She had been with Yifan for so long, but she didn't know that he had such an ability. Yifan nodded and said, "Look after my body. At most, I will be back in half an incense stick's time." Will this work?" Akatsuki looked at Yifan with a worried expression. Although she didn't have the ability to astral projection, she had heard from her master, Shanguqing Yi, that astral projection wasn't a joke. If there was a slight mistake, it wouldn't be able to return to the body. Once the primordial spirit left the body for a certain period of time, the body would rot, and the primordial spirit's spiritual power would be exhausted. It would become a lonely ghost with no one to rely on. "Don't worry, you will be fine," Yifan said. With a thought, he activated the pure spiritual power of the Phoenix Dance Ninth Heaven in his body. Buzz, following a burst of dazzling seven-colored light burst out from Yifan's body. A seven-colored ball of light 3 feet in size appeared out of thin air, enveloping Yifan, Akatsuki, and Baihu Xiaozhao. The seven-color ball of light was like a rainbow after the rain. It was surrounded by 7 colors, majestic spiritual power, surging brilliance, and thousands of auspicious chi. "After my primordial spirit leaves the body, no matter what happens outside, you and Xiaozhao must not leave here," Yifan said to Akatsuki. "Even if I call you outside and ask you to come out, you must not believe me, understand?" The Inchi here was extremely strong and strange everywhere. There might be some mountain spirits and wild monsters lurking nearby. It was easy to enter the 7-colored ball of light from the inside out, but difficult to enter from the outside. If those mountain spirits and wild monsters changed into his appearance to trick Akatsuki to come out of the ball of light, the consequences would be unimaginable. Akatsuki was very smart and quickly understood Yifan's meaning. She was proficient in ninjutsu, so naturally, she was proficient in the art of disguise and imitation. The trick of changing into someone else's appearance to launch a sneak attack might work on others, but it didn't have any effect on Akatsuki. Then I'm relieved." Yifan shook his black robe and sat down cross-legged. "You must be careful this time. Safety first," Akatsuki said to Yifan. Yifan nodded in the ball of light and slowly closed his eyes. Buzz, following Yifan's thought, a layer of gentle red light immediately appeared around his body. Whoosh, a human figure glowing with red light slowly floated out of Yifan's body. The human figure wasn't anything else but Yifan's primordial spirit. After Yifan's primordial spirit left his body, he looked back at Akatsuki and smiled slightly. Then he gently floated out of the 7-color ball of light and drilled into the mountain with a whoosh, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Akatsuki stood in the 7-color ball of light and began her habitual waiting. Yifan used his thought to urge his primordial spirit to go deep into the mountain and go all the way down. Within the dark mountain, Inchi filled the air and it was eerie. The further down Yifan went, the stronger the Inchi became. When he reached a depth of more than 200 feet, the thick black chi almost completely blocked his vision. In the face of such strong Inchi, Yifan didn't seem to care at all. He urged the heavenly demon power in his primordial spirit, and 2 red light pillars shot out from his eyes again. Whoosh! The 2 red pillars of light illuminated 2 paths of light in the dense energy that was rushing towards them. Following the path of light, Yifan continued to go down. Whoosh! Just as Yifan was carefully urging the heavenly demon power to prevent his mind from being taken over again, the mountain in front of him suddenly disappeared. His primordial spirit instantly rushed into a huge space that was dozens of feet wide. He didn't expect there to be another world under the mountain. Yifan exclaimed at his heart. He stopped his primordial spirit and looked around the huge stone room in front of him. The stone room was arched and the walls were smooth. In the middle of the ground, there was a 3 feet tall, 7-story stone pagoda in front of him. The stone pagoda was octagonal and was greenish-gray. The design was simple but exquisite. On every level of the stone pagoda, there were 7 unique stone doors. There were a total of 49 doors. Whoosh, 49 thick black smoke pillars surged out from the 49 stone doors and rushed straight up into the dome. The Inchi was overbearing and the aura was shocking. Seeing this, Yifan immediately frowned and let his primordial spirit land on the ground a few feet away from the stone pagoda. It seemed that there was no divine cauldron in the stone pagoda in front of him. The reason was very simple. This stone pagoda couldn't contain the huge body of the divine cauldron. Although this place was filled with Inchi, there was no enchantment. Seeing that there was no divine cauldron in this Inchi land, Yifan was slightly disappointed. He thought that he could get another cauldron this time, but he didn't expect it to be a strange stone pagoda. Yifan turned around and prepared to leave. Other than the divine cauldron, he was not interested in anything else. However, after taking a few steps, Yifan suddenly turned around and came in front of the stone pagoda again. This stone pagoda suddenly reminded him of Matsumoto Takeyoshi's soul-gathering evil cauldron. What kind of otherworldly item was in this stone pagoda to be able to emit such a strong Inchi? The Inchi of this item was so strong, it must be something extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yifan squinted his eyes and suddenly became interested. Since he was here, why not open this pagoda and find out what was inside? After making up his mind, Yifan slowly retreated 3 feet away and then started to activate the heavenly demon's power in his primordial spirit. Buzz, Yifan bent his 5 fingers slightly and a red light burst out. In the blink of an eye, 2 5-feet-long red light claws appeared in Yifan's hands. The huge red light claws were flowing with red light and were as red as blood. The demon spirit was blazing like a bloody eagle's claws. After the red demon claws were formed, Yifan raised his hands and pushed at the huge stone pagoda a few feet away. Swoosh! The 2 huge red demon claws shot out and shot toward the stone pagoda. Swoosh! As the demon claws left Yifan's palms, 2 huge red light pillars shrouded Yifan's arms. One of the 2 light pillars was connected to the demon spirit's light claws, and the other shrouded Yifan's arms. It was like a pair of thick demon light arms. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out, and the 2 demon spirit claws that were glowing with bloody light slammed onto the stone pagoda from the left and right. Chi! When the thick black smoke from the pagoda came in contact with the red demon claws, it immediately dissipated and made a sizzling sound. Yifan squinted his eyes and bent his 5 fingers again. Crack! 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 When Yifan bent his 5 fingers, the red light claws pressed down on the pagoda, also exerted force, and firmly locked the pagoda. Rise! Yifan let out a soft cry and activated a pair of gigantic red arms to exert force. He wanted to lift the stone pagoda up. Rumble! As Yifan slowly raised his arms, the huge stone pagoda made a rumbling sound and slowly lifted off the ground. Whoosh! Before the stone pagoda could lift off the ground by half an inch, countless rays of dazzling black light suddenly gushed out from the gap between the stone pagoda and the ground. Thousands of rays of light and thousands of rays of spiritual energy. What a domineering, in-spirit energy. Yifan's eyes widened as he thought to himself, I want to see what kind of powerful treasure is inside this stone pagoda. As Yifan thought to himself, he increased the strength of his hands again. Rumble! The demon spirit's light claws completely lifted the huge stone pagoda that weighed over 10,000 pounds. Whoosh! Tens of thousands of rays of black light burst out, illuminating the entire huge space with a black light. Rumble! Yifan urged the demon spirit's light claws and heavily placed the stone pagoda to the side. The dazzling black light burst out for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before it slowly retracted. Chapter 673. The Imperial Jade Seal was 7 inches square, and it was made of an unknown material. It was as black as ink, and it was full of colorful lights. On the 4 sides of the Imperial Jade Seal were engraved with the Netherworld Thousand Een painting, the Een Mountain Fierce Ghost painting, the Fengdu Ghost painting, and the 100 Ghost Parade painting. The thousands of ghosts engraved on the Imperial Jade Seal were so vivid and lifelike that it made one's scalp tingle and hair stand on end. It was as if they would rush out of the Imperial Jade Seal at any time. The Imperial Jade Seal was in the shape of a fire Kirin. The fire Kirin had a dragon head, antlers, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, snake scales, horse hooves, and ox tail. Around its body, countless auspicious clouds of flame surrounded it, and the flames were burning fiercely. The fire Kirin's 4 hooves were burning with flames, and it stepped on thousands of ghosts below. Its eyes were like lightning, and its aura was powerful and domineering. It was so vivid that it was about to come out. What a domineering ghost seal! Yi Fan was shocked. He kept the demon spirit claw in his palm and walked slowly to the ghost seal. It was obvious that the black lights that were shot at him were from this sinister ghost seal in front of him. To be able to launch such a powerful attack despite being separated by nearly 1,000 feet of solid mountain. The strength of this ghost seal Een spirit could be imagined. This thing is indeed a treasure, Yi Fan thought to himself as he slowly reached out his right hand and approached the ghost seal. Buzz, when Yi Fan's fingertips touched the fire Kirin on the ghost seal, the entire ghost seal instantly released dozens of dazzling black lights. Buzz, the black lights became denser and denser, and finally turned into a blazing black flame. The flame was 7 feet tall, and the Een spirit was domineering, and the black light was dazzling. Buzz in the black flame, the fire Kirin's eyes turned red instantly, as red as blood. At the same time, a low roar came from the fire Kirin's mouth. Roar. The roar was extremely low, and it sounded powerful and shocking. The scene in front of him made Yi Fan's eyes wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. He didn't expect the fire Kirin on the ghost seal to have such a magical transformation. However, just when Yi Fan was greatly shocked and in disbelief, the fire Kirin with its blood-red eyes slowly raised its head and stared straight at him. The fire Kirin's red gaze was extremely sharp, as if it could see through one's heart. This palm-sized fire Kirin was actually alive. When he saw the fire Kirin looking up at him, Yi Fan's face was full of disbelief. He was stunned on the spot. However, right when he was dumbstruck, a strange scene occurred. The fire Qilin suddenly opened its huge mouth and bit down on Yi Fan's middle finger in front of it. In pain, Yi Fan immediately pulled back his middle finger. When he pulled his middle finger out of the fire Kirin's mouth, he frowned and his expression changed. There were 2 bloody holes on his middle finger, and bright red blood was flowing out from the holes. He was now in his primordial spirit body, so he naturally wouldn't bleed. What was flowing out of the bloody holes was his demonic spirit. What kind of magical item was this fire Kirin? It was so powerful that it could bite his primordial spirit. Yi Fan's heart jumped in shock. Tongue. After the fire Kirin got the blood from Yi Fan's middle finger, a large ball of red flames suddenly burst out from its body. Roar. The fire Kirin in the flames raised its head and wagged its tail. As it stared at Yi Fan with its lion eyes, it kept stomping its flaming Kirin hooves and roared. This roar was completely different from the previous one. His previous roar was filled with vigilance and enmity. This time, his roar sounded as if he was communicating with Yi Fan. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't know what the fire Kirin was for. After roaring 3 times, the fire Kirin shook its head a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of flames. Then it bent its hind legs and stretched out its front legs, lying on the ghost seal. Whoosh! As the flames on its body gradually dissipated, the fire Kirin that was still roaring and stomping its hooves, turned into a black jade Kirin again. Compared to before, the fire Kirin had changed from a standing position to a lying position. Yifan was confused. He didn't know what had happened. What was this thing? Why did the fire Kirin suddenly come to life and bite him? Why was the fire Kirin in a standing position at first, and then in a lying position after biting him? Looking at the black jade ghost seal in front of him, which was flashing with black light and flowing with colorful lights, Yifan had countless questions in his mind. After thinking for a while, Yifan decided to take the jade ghost seal with him. Obviously, this was a treasure, although he didn't know what it was. Even if he didn't know what it was, there were people who could recognize it. Ghost Malong, who had a good relationship with him, Xiang Temple's Qing Chenzi, and the little Taoist boy Mingyu, the knowledgeable Jin Shan, and the Cueming Hall's brother Chui. With their profound knowledge, it shouldn't be difficult for them to recognize this item. Thinking of this, Yifan used his telekinesis to heal the wound on his middle finger instantly. Then, he gently picked up the black jade ghost seal and put it in his sleeve. He activated his primordial spirit and went back the way he came. On the way back, Yifan did not see the thick black smoke that was filled with yin qi and ghost qi that he saw when he first arrived. At this time, inside the seven-colored light ball, the red-clothed Akatsuki was holding Baihu in her arms and quietly guarding Yifan's physical body. She looked at Yifan's physical body, whose eyes were closed and his expression calm, and reached out to tidy up the few strands of silver hair on his temples. Yifan's primordial spirit wasn't there, so she could look at Yifan's handsome face to her heart's content without blushing. Have you seen enough? Yifan's physical body, who was motionless just now, suddenly smiled and said, Akatsuki, who was looking at Yifan's face, was startled by Yifan's sudden words and screamed. She was so focused on looking at Yifan that she didn't notice the return of Yifan's primordial spirit. Yifan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Akatsuki with a mischievous smile. You scared me to death. Akatsuki patted her chest and said in a shaken voice, You were so close to me, but I was scared by you. Yifan smiled. Woo! Baihu let out a cry and jumped out of Akatsuki's arms in front of Yifan, laughing and playing with Yifan. Every time Yifan returned safely, it would be especially happy. How was it? Did you find the thing? Akatsuki asked Yifan. I found it. Yifan teased Baihu as he turned to look at Akatsuki. Is it the divine cauldron? Akatsuki asked. Yifan shook his head. If it's not the divine cauldron, then what is it? Akatsuki asked in confusion. Here, it's this. As Yifan spoke, he took out the black jade seal from his sleeve and showed it to Akatsuki. This is the jade seal? Akatsuki asked as she looked at the black jade seal in Yifan's hand. You could say so, Yifan replied. The black light that attacked us just now was emitted by this thing. Akatsuki looked at Yifan and asked. Yifan nodded. The fire Kirin on top is so unique, it looks just like the real thing. Akatsuki said as she reached out to touch it. When Yifan saw Akatsuki reach out to touch the fire Kirin, he immediately moved the jade seal away. You can't touch this thing. It's dangerous. Yifan said to Akatsuki with a serious expression. Dangerous? What's dangerous? Akatsuki asked Yifan in confusion. Could it bite? You guessed right. It really can bite, Yifan said as he told Akatsuki what had happened. Akatsuki was shocked and in disbelief. Even Baihu Zhao jumped away from Yifan's embrace, afraid that the thing in Yifan's hand would bite her. What is this thing? Why is it so evil? Akatsuki looked at the jade seal and asked with a frown. This thing should be a treasure, Yifan said. When we go back and ask an expert, we should know, Yifan said as he put the jade seal back into his sleeve. Akatsuki nodded. We've found the thing. We should go out. Yifan stood up from the ball of light and activated the rainbow ball of light. Shwa! The rainbow ball of light flew up along the mountain's tunnel. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the stone lion mountain and flew into the sky. After flying out, Yi Fan fixed a rainbow ball of light in midair and stretched out his hand towards the stone lion mountain below. His 5 fingers bent slightly as he activated his spiritual power and sucked in the air. Walala. On the stone lion mountain, the rocks that were scattered all over the mountain slowly rose up and flew into the sky. The large and small rocks instantly condensed into a huge rock ball that was dozens of feet in size. Yi Fan moved his hand, and the huge rock ball slowly floated up into the air above the tunnel. Akatsuki understood. Yi Fan wanted to completely fill up the 300 feet deep stone pit. When the rock ball that was the size of a small mountain floated above the stone pit, Yi Fan's 5 fingers loosened slightly. Hua! The rocks on the rock ball began to pour into the tunnel in an earth-shattering manner. In the blink of an eye, the 30 feet wide and bottomless tunnel was filled up by Yi Fan with rocks. Yi Fan slowly retracted his hand. Buffon Koen, look! Akatsuki pointed to the sky and shouted to Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised his head. When he saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, Yi Fan's expression changed slightly. In the sky, the stars were shining brightly, and Mingyu was hanging high in the sky. The storm, lightning, thunder, and dark cloud from before had completely disappeared. The weather had changed again. Yi Fan was shocked. This was already the second time. The timing of these 2 sudden changes in the weather was extremely coincidental. One was when they had just arrived, and the other was when they were about to leave. Yi Fan knew that this was not as simple as a coincidence. Obviously, there was something else behind this matter, and it was closely related to him. As for what it was, he did not know. Too many unimaginable things had happened in this trip to Liu Village. Drastic changes in the weather, the demonic spirit's backlash, the Black Jade Seal. But fortunately, although he did not find the rumored divine cauldron, he had still subdued the evil spirits here and allowed the people here to live a peaceful life again. This was also considered a merit. Where are we going now? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. Chapter 674. The 2 of them stepped on the auspicious clouds and arrived above the East Sea in less than an hour. At this time, the sky was already bright. The sky above the East Sea was clear and cloudless. Go and report to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. On the auspicious clouds, Yi Fan turned his head and said to Akatsuki, other than the Go Seal and the fact that I brought the 2 demons with me, there's no need to hide anything else, including the drilling of the Stone Lion Mountain. Digging a deep tunnel on the Stone Lion Mountain would cause too much of commotion. It would be impossible to hide it from the Shadow Ninjas. Rather than hide this matter, it was better to tell the truth and avoid Matsumoto Takeyoshi's suspicions. Yes, I understand. Akatsuki replied. Yi Fan nodded and used the falling clouds technique, urging the auspicious clouds to slowly fly down to the deck of the warship. They're back. In the cabin of the warship, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who was standing by the porthole, looked up at the white, auspicious clouds descending from the sky and said with a smile. At this time, there was not a single cloud in the sky. Only this large mass of auspicious clouds was floating rapidly. There was no need to think about it to know that an expert was riding the clouds. Among all the experts under him, there was no one else who could ride the clouds except for Yi Fan and Qi Yao. However, Qi Yao's body was covered in yin qi, and the white cloud she rode had a faint trace of black qi. It was far from being as pure and white as the auspicious clouds that Yi Fan rode. In addition, Yi Fan had already passed the heavenly tribulation during the demon-slaying conference. His strength was no longer the same as before, so the auspicious clouds he rode were bound to change as well. The auspicious clouds in front of them were pure white, without any impurities, and faintly emitted auspicious light. There was no need to guess. It was undoubtedly Yi Fan. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was much more scheming than ordinary people, so he saw through the clues at a glance. I wonder if they have found the whereabouts of the divine cauldron this time. Behind the wooden table, Shingo Yamada, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, said calmly, "How can there be 9 cauldrons in that place where lightning flashes, thunder rolls, and torrential rain is pouring down?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi tilted his head slightly towards the white-robed man and smiled. Apart from a group of ghosts, there is nothing else. Matsumoto Takeyoshi's casual words made the white-robed man's expression change in an instant. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, the man in white instantly understood Matsumoto Takeyoshi's intention. While Matsumoto Takeyoshi reached out and slid the porthole, closing it completely. Then, he turned around with a smile and came to the side of the wooden table. With a shake of his gray robe, he sat on the praying mat. Phew! Outside the cabin, Yifan's auspicious clouds slowly landed on the deck of the ship, startling all the ninjas on the deck. Although they were all elites among the ninjas and were proficient in ninjutsu, their techniques were not worth mentioning in front of the extensive and profound spells of the Central Plains. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't understand how the illusory clouds were able to lift a person weighing more than 100 kilograms, and even fly according to the will of the caster. In their opinion, apart from God, no one could do this. Of course, in their eyes, Yifan was no different from God. They had already heard about what had happened during the demon-slaying conference from the ninjas who had gone out to gather information. The king of the demon realm, the eldritch in his previous life, and his cultivation level was heaven-defying. All kinds of unbelievable things were concentrated on this person. Compared to when he had just arrived at the East Sea, this person's cultivation level had undergone a drastic change. As long as he wanted to, he could kill all of them in the blink of an eye, and even turn the entire ship into nothing. Under the shocked gazes of the ninjas, Yifan dispersed the auspicious clouds under his feet and landed on the ground with Akatsuki. "Greetings, Mr. Yi. Greetings, Ms. Suki." More than a dozen ninjas who had regained their senses stood side by side and clasped their arms together. They all bowed to Yifan and Yukari respectfully. They didn't dare to slight Akatsuki. Last time, when Matsumoto Takeyoshi sent people to bury Akatsuki's ice coffin, Yifan directly kicked open the door of Matsumoto Takeyoshi's cabin and flew into a rage. It was obvious that the two of them were very close. "Is Mr. Matsumoto here?" Yifan opened his mouth and asked the ninjas. "Yes, sir." The ninja who was saved by Yifan last time stood up slightly and answered respectfully. "Is Mr. Anamuki back yet?" Yifan asked the ninja again. "Mr. Anamuki is out on business and hasn't returned yet." The ninja answered respectfully again. "When he comes back, tell him that I have something to talk to him about." Yifan instructed the ninjas. "Yes, sir." The ninjas answered in unison. "You could go now. I'll wait for you in the cabin." Yifan turned around and said to Akatsuki, whose face was covered by a veil. "Okay." Akatsuki nodded. Yifan took Baihu from Akatsuki's arms. With a thought, he disappeared into thin air. The color of the ninjas changed again. After Yifan returned to the cabin, he first broke off a piece of ginseng and gave it to Baihu to eat. Then he found a big wooden basin from the storage room, filled it with hot water, and began to bathe Baihu. Although the conditions of the inn in Liu Village were good, it was still Liu Village. There was plenty of rain and the air was humid. In this way, Baihu was naturally contaminated with a lot of water smell. Yifan was worried that Baihu would catch a cold. Plus, the sun was good today, so he decided to bathe Baihu to make it comfortable. What he didn't expect was that when Baihu saw Yifan personally bathing it, it actually looked shy and didn't dare to move in the wooden basin. After all, it was a girl, and Yifan was the love of her heart. Being gently bathed by the man she loved, it would be strange if it didn't feel shy. "Silly girl, you still know how to feel shy." Yifan rolled up his sleeves while rubbing Baihu's fur and said with a smile, "Woo." Baihu lowered its head and closed its eyes, letting Yifan caress it. "How is it? Is it comfortable?" Yifan poured water on Baihu's body and asked Baihu with a smile. "Woo." Baihu, who was lying in the wooden basin, issued a cry. After bathing, "Let's eat the Bai Chao Dan, okay?" Yifan tentatively asked Baihu. Since the last time Nie Qing gave him the Bai Chao Dan, he was thinking about how to make Baihu agree to eat it. This time, he felt that it was an opportunity. Splash. Hearing that Yi Fan wanted it to eat the Bai Chao Dan, Baihu, who was lying in the wooden basin, stood up with a splash, stirring up water all over the floor. Baihu looked at Yi Fan with an aggrieved and unhappy face. Xiao Zhao, listen to me. Yi Fan wanted to comfort Baihu with a few words. Who would have thought that before Yi Fan could finish his words, Baihu, who was dripping wet, jumped out of the wooden basin and dashed out of the cabin. It was not that it did not want to eat the Bai Chao Dan because it did not want to regain its human form. On the contrary, it dreamed of regaining its human form. But then again, once it regained its human form, it would immediately be sent back to Pear Blossom Palace by Yi Fan. That way, it would not be able to be together with Yi Fan. Xiao Zhao little. Before Yi Fan could stop Baihu, Baihu's figure had already jumped out of the cabin. Sigh, this silly girl. Yi Fan smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself. He shook off the water stains on his hands. With a thought, he activated his movement skill and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan appeared on the roof of the small boat out of thin air. 30 feet in front of him, Baihu, who was covered in water droplets, was squatting there. It was looking at the vast sea in a daze. Xiao Zhao! Yi Fan shouted. Baihu turned its head to look at Yi Fan, its eyes red. Sparkling and translucent tears flowed out from its crystal-clear eyes and dripped onto the wooden planks on the roof of the boat. Xiao Zhao! Yi Fan shouted with heartache as he walked over. Thud! When Baihu saw Yi Fan walking over, it immediately jumped down to the deck below. At this moment, it was very afraid. It was afraid that Yi Fan would force it to take the 100-herb pill. When Yi Fan saw this, he immediately activated his movement skill and disappeared into thin air. Then, he appeared on the deck out of thin air. The moment Baihu landed on the deck, it was blocked by Yi Fan. In terms of movement skill, it was no match for Yi Fan. Woo! Baihu whimpered in pain. Tears flowed down its face as it shook its head and retreated. Xiao Zhao, brother, you was wrong. When Yi Fan saw Baihu retreating, he immediately said, Brother, you will not force you to take the 100-herb pill, okay? He was worried that Baihu would catch a cold, so he immediately compromised. Baihu stopped retreating and looked at Yi Fan with reddened eyes. It was as if it was trying to determine if Yi Fan was lying to it. Seeing Baihu's sad eyes, Yi Fan's heart was about to break. Previously, in order to help it regain its human form, he had searched everywhere for elixirs. 1,000-year ginseng, 100-year glossy Ganoderma, Matsumoto Takayoshi's bone transformation pill. As long as it could help Baihu regain its human form, he would do anything. Now that he had finally obtained the 100-herb pill that could help it regain its human form, this girl would rather die than take it. Yi Fan knew that Baihu didn't want to regain its human form. It just didn't want to leave him. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes turned red. Whatever you want to do, brother, you will listen to you, all right? Yi Fan said to Baihu with heartache. The tearful Baihu heard Yi Fan's words and slowly nodded. Yi Fan wasn't lying to it. With his movement skills, catching it was as easy as flipping his hand. Quickly go back to the cabin. You're going to catch a cold, Yi Fan said as he walked in front of Baihu and carried Baihu, who was covered in water droplets. This time, Baihu didn't run away. Instead, it shivered in Yi Fan's arms. It was only now that it felt cold. Yi Fan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew back to the cabin. He lit up the stove and brought in hot water again. He placed Baihu in the water and washed its body again. Baihu was having fun in the water. It was no longer sad. It even dipped its furry tail in the hot water and kept swinging it at Yi Fan. Even though it was a few hundred years old, in front of Yi Fan, it would always be a little girl who couldn't grow up. Yi Fan also splashed the water and played with Baihu. He owed Xiao Zhao, and he couldn't repay it in his lifetime. When Akatsuki came to the cabin, she was surprised to see that the man and fox were having fun. The entire cabin was filled with water. Seeing the scene in front of her, Akatsuki smiled. Ever since she met Yi Fan, this was the first time she saw him so happy. He was like a child. She crossed her arms and leaned against the cabin door. She smiled at everything in front of her. Ongji, what are you standing there for? Come in. Yi-Fan said to Akatsuki as he carried Baihu out of the wooden basin. I've known you for so long. This is the first time I've seen you so happy, Akatsuki said to Yi-Fan with a smile. Is that so? Yi-Fan smiled as he pulled a large bath towel from the wooden rack behind him and began to wipe Baihu's body. Chapter 675. You look very good when you smile, much better than when you keep a straight face, Akatsuki said with a smile. You also look very good when you smile, much better than when you wear a veil, Yi-Fan said to Akatsuki with a smile while wiping Baihu's body. Akatsuki's beautiful eyes curved as if she was smiling. Have you finished reporting to Matsumoto Takeyoshi? Yi-Fan asked Akatsuki. Yes, Akatsuki nodded and said. What did he say? Yi-Fan asked again. He didn't say anything, just said that we have worked hard and asked us to rest for a few days, Akatsuki replied. After listening, Yi-Fan nodded. Do we have anything to do in the next few days? Akatsuki asked Yi-Fan. We won't go anywhere in the next few days. We will rest in the East China Sea, Yi-Fan said to Akatsuki while combing Baihu's pure white hair with a comb. I think that in a few days, Chi-Yao should be back. I have to ask him about the task that Matsumoto Takeyoshi gave him. Secondly, I have to wait for Onijiro to come back and ask him to help me see what the Imperial Jade Seal is. Taking advantage of the next few days, I will practice again to adjust the balance of the spiritual power in my body, so as not to lose my humanity again. Akatsuki nodded. By the way, if you have nothing to do in the next few days, come to me, Yi-Fan continued. I see that your sword skills are good, but your spiritual chi cultivation and movement skills still need to be improved. If you don't mind, I want to give you a few pointers so that in the future, when you face a master, you can calmly deal with him. Akatsuki's eyes lit up and she asked with a pleasantly surprised expression, You want to teach me how to cultivate my spiritual chi and movement skills? Of course, if you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything, Yi-Fan said as he stroked Baihu's soft and white fur. In the world of cultivation, all the major sects and clans placed great importance on apprenticeship. This was even more so for the sects and clans in Japan. If one were to rashly learn other techniques, it would be seen as a betrayal and a disgrace to the sect. It was also for this reason that Yi-Fan told Akatsuki to give her some pointers instead of teaching her some moves. The difference between the two words had a completely different meaning. As long as you're willing to teach, I'm willing to learn, Akatsuki happily said, her pair of beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon. The reason why she was so happy was not only because Yi-Fan's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of perfection and was invincible. More importantly, once she had Yi-Fan's spiritual chi in her body, this would be a matter of life. The spiritual chi would accompany her for the rest of her life, never to be separated. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Between her and Yi-Fan, there would be a day when they would part. Although she couldn't be with Yi-Fan forever, to be able to fuse with Yi-Fan's spiritual chi and never be separated, this life's true love would not be in vain. All right, Yi-Fan said with a smile, rest first today. From tomorrow onwards, come here secretly every night to find me. I'll teach you a few moves. I don't dare to say anything else, but it's more than enough to increase your combat power by 2 or 3 times. Teaching a supreme technique naturally couldn't be done openly. It had to be done secretly and without being noticed, especially in the East Sea where there were so many experts. Okay. Akatsuki nodded heavily, as happy as a child. Yi-Fan had always felt guilty towards Akatsuki, and his feelings towards her were complicated. This Japanese woman, who looked exactly like his wife, was deeply in love with him. She was even willing to give up her life to save him. This was the true love of the world. Facing such an extraordinary woman with such deep feelings, Yi-Fan had always wanted to find an opportunity to make things clear with her. However, every time he thought of Akatsuki's sad, disappointed, and teary eyes, Yi-Fan couldn't bear to say it. He wanted to repay Akatsuki, but he didn't know how to do so. Right now, He had nothing except money and cultivation. However, to the pure and clean Akatsuki, common things like jade, jewels, silk, gold, and silver ingots were nothing in her eyes. The only thing Yi Fan could give her, other than his care, was his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it was night. When night fell, the sea breeze blew. Although it wasn't strong, it still caused the small boat Yi Fan was on to sway slightly. Inside the boat, Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a praying mat. His mind was as calm as still water. The white fox lay quietly beside the stove, listening to the sound of the waves outside, not moving at all. Every time Yi Fan cultivated, it would obediently lie down at the side, not daring to disturb him. At this moment, Yi Fan focused and cleared his mind. He closed his eyes and looked inside himself, carefully examining the spiritual energy in his body. Right now, in his body, all kinds of spiritual energy were densely gathered together. It was colorful and brilliant. The colorful, mysterious sky, secret spiritual energy, the dazzling blue proud moon, heavenly scripture spiritual energy, the bloody red heavenly demon spiritual energy, the red blood phoenix spiritual energy, the white ice snake inner core spiritual energy, the red fire snake dragon pearl spiritual energy, and the golden pure yang spiritual energy that Brother Kim had passed to him. Other than these spiritual energies, there was another spiritual energy circulating in Yi Fan's meridians. This spiritual energy was formless and overbearing, but it was also terrifyingly quiet. It slowly flowed through Yi Fan's meridians, looking very low-key. Compared to the other spiritual energies that occupied Yi Fan's Qi, this spiritual energy was completely different. It only flowed through Yi Fan's meridians, but never entered Yi Fan's Qi. What was even more inconceivable to Yi Fan was that when the other spiritual energies in his meridians encountered this formless spiritual energy, they would involuntarily open up a path for it to pass through. Even the rainbow spiritual energy that had survived the heavenly tribulation and the heavenly demon energy that was filled with violent blood-red light had to avoid it. This was the evil Qi that he was born with. Yi Fan, who was looking inside himself, was shocked. No wonder when he was born, the heavenly thunder rumbled and the blood moon appeared. This evil Qi was indeed powerful. In a situation where the remaining two seals had not been broken, this overflowing evil Qi was actually so powerful and overbearing. It could make the heavenly demon spiritual energy and the phoenix dance of the ninth heaven spiritual energy to avoid it. If all three seals were broken, wouldn't this evil Qi be heaven-defying? Thinking of this, Yi Fan was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. The fact that the heavenly demon's power, the phoenix dances of the ninth heaven, and the proud moon heavenly scripture did not give way to each other was already enough of a headache for him. Now, with the addition of the evil Qi, Yi Fan was at a loss for what to do. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yi Fan was concentrating on observing the spirit power inside his body, a rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the cabin. Yi Fan returned to his senses from the state of inner vision and slowly opened his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound continued. Brother Gue Mu, please come in, Yi Fan said as he stood up from the praying mat. Yi Fan was very familiar with the person who was knocking outside the cabin. Who else could it be other than Onijiro, who had a body full of ghost Qi and no evil Qi? Ha ha! Passing the heavenly tribulation is really different. Onijiro's hearty laughter came from outside the cabin. Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, a shadow flashed. Onijiro, with a face as clear as jade and wearing a black robe, appeared in Yi Fan's cabin. Ever since passing the heavenly tribulation, Yi Fan did not use the spirit Qi barrier to seal the cabin. The reason was very simple. Before the person came close, Yi Fan, with his heaven-defying five senses, had already sensed who it was. Onijiro's cultivation could be ranked in the top 3 among the experts, and his cultivation method was the Ghost Dao. Passing through the cabin was just a small trick to him. Brother Goemu. Yi Fan came in front of Onijiro and greeted him with a smile. Onijiro's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning, and his essence chi flowed. There was a faint seven-colored brilliance flashing in his eyes. Not only that, Yi Fan's entire body was surrounded by an auspicious aura and auspicious light. He was completely different from before. There's an old saying in the Central Plains: a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Onijiro smiled as he looked Yi Fan up and down. The ancients did not deceive me. Yi Fan smiled and helplessly shook his head. The spirit chi in his body was in danger of going berserk at any time, but in the eyes of others, his cultivation was already heaven-defying. Yi Fan Kun, why are you in such a hurry to find me? I didn't even have time to drink a mouthful of hot tea before I rushed over. Oh, that's not right. It should be Bufon Kun. Look at my brain. Onijiro smiled and shook off his black robe. He directly sat on the praying mat next to the wooden table. Then he picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. He shook his head and blew on it a few times, then gently took a sip. He and Yi Fan were already close friends, so there was no need for so many formalities. Yi Fan smiled after hearing this. It was clear that the ninjas attached great importance to the task he gave them. As soon as Onijiro returned, they conveyed his message to Onijiro. Yi Fan smiled as he sat across from Onijiro and said, "It's nothing urgent. It's just that I obtained an item today and would like Brother Gay Mu to take a look at it." Take a look at it? Onijiro was stunned at first. Then he smiled. Bufon Kun thinks too highly of me. I'm not an antique expert, so don't blame me if I make a mistake. Brother Gui Mu is too modest. This item is very evil. I'm afraid only a ghost Dao expert like Brother Gui Mu would be able to see through it. Yi Fan smiled as he poured himself a cup of tea and said, "Oh, what kind of treasure is it?" Onijiro heard Yi Fan's tone and immediately put down the teacup in his hand. His interest piqued. Yi Fan was the eldest son and eldest grandson of a Yi family. He came from a prestigious family and had seen all kinds of treasures. In addition, he had already passed the heavenly tribulation and his strength was heaven-defying. He was no longer the same as before. If even he couldn't see through it, it was definitely not an ordinary item. "Here, it's this," Yi Fan said as he took out the Qilin Ghost Seal from his sleeve and placed it on the wooden table. Buzz, as soon as the Qilin Ghost Seal appeared, a brilliant light burst out and filled the room with a black glow. Hiss! The moment the Qilin Ghost Seal appeared, Onijiro instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. The Qilin Ghost Seal in front of him was eerie and sinister. Its spiritual power was unprecedentedly strong. Looking at Onijiro's expression, Yi Fan raised his teacup and took a sip of tea. It was obvious that he had found the right person. Chapter 676. Thunder Town, Loyu Village. Yi Fan put down his teacup and said to Onijiro, "Thunder Town? Loyu Village?" Onijiro was shocked. The Loyu Village that has lightning, thunder, and rain all year round? That's right. Yi Fan nodded. No wonder, no wonder. Onijiro nodded solemnly. What exactly is this? Yi Fan saw Onijiro's solemn expression and knew that he had figured out the origin of this item. So he asked, "Inyang Ghost Seal." Onijiro looked up at Yi Fan and said, "Inyang Ghost Seal?" Yi Fan frowned and asked, "That's right." Onijiro nodded and said, "This item is an item from the spring and autumn warring states period. It's called Inyang Ghost Seal. It's said that it was created by Giguzi. Gueguzi? Yi Fan was shocked when he heard the name. Yi Fan had read about this peerless expert in the books in his father's study. This person's surname was Wang Su, also known as Wang Chan, and his nickname was Xianwei Zi. He was from the spring and autumn warring states period. It was said that this person had 4 moles on his forehead, which formed the image of a ghost mansion. Because he lived in seclusion in the Qingxi Ghost Valley, he called himself Mr. Gigu. It was said that this person was extremely knowledgeable, and his spells were all-encompassing. The first was mathematics, the sun, the constellations, and the latitude. In his palm, he was able to predict the future and examine the future, and his words were unquestionable. The second was the study of war, the 6 strategies and 3 strategies, endless changes, the deployment of troops, unpredictable as ghosts and gods. The third was the study of speech, the wide memorization of many, the clear analysis of the situation, the articulation of words, unstoppable. The fourth was the birth of the world, the cultivation of one's nature, the treatment of diseases, the taking of food to guide one's life, and the ascension from the ground. For thousands of years, the art of war revered him as a saint, the art of war revered him as their ancestor. The fortune-telling and divination revered him as their ancestor. The art of strategy revered him as the strategist sage, and the Taoist ancestor Wang Chan. One could see how high this person's ability was. Who would have thought that the Yin-Yang Go seal was created by this person? Yi Fan was secretly shocked. This Yin-Yang Go seal is said to be used by Mr. Gigu Zi to absorb pure Yin Go spirit and balance Yin and Yang. Looking at the Yin-Yang Go seal wrapped in black light on the wooden table, Mr. Gigu Zi continued. During the spring and autumn warring states period, heroes rose together. Wars lasted for years. Corpses were everywhere, and ghosts lingered. Mr. Gigu Zi couldn't bear to see these wandering souls turn into resentful spirits. So he used a secret technique to create this seal, absorbing all the resentment and evil spirits of all the wandering souls into this seal. In order to prevent the resentment on the seal from causing trouble, Mr. Gue Guzi had specially created a benevolent beast, the fire Qilin, above the seal to suppress the evil spirits in the seal. It was said that the fire Qilin contained the true spirit of the Qilin, which was the purest of yang energy. That was why it could suppress the evil spirits in the seal. If I'm not wrong, the reason why Thundertown is constantly rumbling with thunder is because of this item. Brother Gue Mu, you mean to say that the weather above Thundertown is related to this item? Yi Fan asked in surprise. When Buffon, San found this item, you must have seen its power, right? Onajiro asked Yi Fan. That's right. Yi Fan nodded and said, I found this item in the mountains. When I was 1,000 feet away from it, I was attacked by this seal. That's it. Onajiro nodded and said, this item has been around for thousands of years. It has absorbed an endless stream of resentful spirits. It has become sentient over time. As a result, the fire Kirin can no longer completely suppress it. Therefore, there will definitely be ghost spirits leaking out. There will also be a large number of ghosts attracted by the pure Yin ghost spirits. They will gather here and absorb it day and night. There are ghosts on the outside and ghost seals on the inside. Naturally, it would become a place of extreme Yin. Heavenly thunder was the power of extreme Yang. Where the heavenly thunder was, of course, it would not sit idly by. Thus, it was normal for heavenly thunder to roll in the sky above Thunder Roll Town. As for what attacked you, it was not the fire Kirin, but the leaked ghost spirits. When Yi Fan heard this, he was enlightened, as expected of a rising star in the Japanese cultivation world. With just a few words, he was able to clearly explain the Yin-Yang ghost seal's origin, use, and the strange phenomenon in Thunderous Town's Luyu village. This made Yi Fan feel enlightened, as if he had just woken up from a dream. However, there was one thing he still did not understand. Since the heavenly thunder had gathered above Thunder Town, why did it not fall and shatter the ghost seal? Why did it continue to envelop Thunder Town? When Yi Fan thought of this, he raised the question in his heart. Ha ha! After Onajiro heard Yi Fan's question, he immediately looked up to the sky and laughed. Brother Onajiro, why are you laughing? Yi Fan asked in return. Buffon, Kuin is really smart all his life, but stupid this time, Onajiro said with a smile. This Yin-Yang Go seal is not an evil item. Instead, it is a secret treasure that helps the wandering souls in the world not be invaded by their own resentment. The heavens can't wait to protect a treasure like this. Why would it shatter it? But the heavenly thunder. Yi Fan frowned and asked, The heavenly thunder shrouds the seal to help the fire Kirin suppress the ghost spirits in the seal. Other than that, it also intimidates the otherworldly items that come to absorb spiritual energy, Onajiro said as he looked at the yin-yang treasure seal on the wooden table with a solemn expression. The heavenly thunder shrouds it for 1,000 years. After Yifan heard this, his heart was filled with emotions. He originally thought that this item was an evil treasure because of the yin wind and dense ghost chi. Now, it seemed that not only was it not an evil treasure, it was an item of righteousness that sacrificed itself for him. For some reason, Yifan suddenly felt that he was very similar to this yin-yang treasure seal. The demonic chi in his body was like the ghost spirit in the treasure seal that had already matured, restless and tyrannical. His nature was like the fire qilin above the treasure seal. Although his heart was more than enough, his strength was not enough. When he thought of this, Yifan suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this treasure seal. But there is one thing that I don't understand. Onajiro looked at the treasure seal and frowned. It is said that the fire Kirin on the treasure seal is in the posture of standing on 10,000 ghosts. Why is it in the posture of lying down now? And from the looks of this treasure seal, the fire Kirin on it is full of spiritual energy. There is no sign of its spiritual energy declining. Why can't it suppress the ghost spirits in the seal? I really don't understand. I really don't understand. When Yifan heard this, he immediately admired Onajiro. This person's knowledge was extensive, spanning from ancient to modern times. He was meticulous and could even observe such details, as if he was observing a fire at night. Brother Guemu, there's something you don't know. This fire qilin was indeed standing in the beginning. However, after it bit me, it became like this. Yifan told Brother Guemu everything that had happened back then. When Onajiro heard this, his face was filled with shock. His eyes stared blankly and did not recover for a long time. He looked straight at Yifan and then turned his head to look at the yin-yang treasure seal that was surrounded by black light. His face was filled with disbelief. Brother Guemu, Yifan saw Onajiro's shocked expression and did not know what had happened. Are you sure it bit your primordial spirit body? Onajiro asked Yifan seriously. I was inside the mountain at that time. If it wasn't my primordial spirit body, what else could it be? Yifan said. Bufan Kuin, you've encountered great news. Onajiro said and picked up the teacup on the table and drank it in one gulp. Great news? What great news? Yifan asked in confusion. Do you know why this Kirin bit you? Onajiro put down the teacup in his hand and asked Yifan. Why? Yifan asked. It's recognizing you as its master. Onajiro looked at Yifan's confused expression and said, Recognizing you as its master? Yifan asked in surprise. That's right. Onajiro picked up the teapot and poured more tea into his cup as he continued. As I said earlier, this yin-yang go seal has absorbed resentful spirits for nearly 1,000 years and has developed spiritual intelligence. The benevolent beast fire Kirin above, it is an ancient spiritual beast and is extremely rare. Onajiro put down the teapot and picked up the teacup. However, most secret treasures have their own temperament. For example, your fleeting fire sword and frost dragon sword. Even divine weapons are like this, let alone this spiritual beast fire Kirin. The reason it bit you is not to attack you, but to observe you. Observe me? Yifan frowned and asked. It bit me to observe me. It's very difficult to tell whether a person is good or bad, good or evil, just by looking at their physical body. Onajiro took a sip of tea and said, If one has the appearance of a celestial fairy, it's very likely that one has the heart of a venomous scorpion. If one has an ugly appearance, it's very likely that one is a very kind person. There's an old saying in your country, you can't judge a book by its cover. It's a very wise saying. Onajiro put down the teacup in his hand and continued, If you want to completely distinguish whether a person is good or bad, other than listening to their words and observing their actions, the best method is to observe their primordial spirit. The reason why the fire Chilan bit you was because it wanted to use your primordial spirit to see whether you were good or bad, beautiful or ugly. Kirans are ancient spiritual beasts, and their status is not inferior to that of true dragons. They are beasts of benevolence. If it can recognize you as its master, it means that Lord Bufon is a benevolent lord, a dragon among men. It's because it received the blood of the benevolent lord's primordial spirit that this fire Kiran's spiritual power soared and restrained the ghost spirit in the seal. It's also because of the benevolent lord that it knelt down to show its loyalty. It really recognized me as its master. Yifan asked Onagiro. If you don't believe me, you can touch it and see. Onagiro smiled and said. When Yifan heard this, he glanced at the yin-yang ghost seal on the wooden table and did not dare to touch it. He was afraid that the fire Kiran would bite him again. Don't worry, it has already recognized you as its master. Otherwise, it wouldn't have followed you to the Eastern Sea. Onagiro saw through Yifan's concerns and said with a smile. Hearing Onagiro's confidence, Yifan stretched out his right hand and slowly touched the fire Kiran. Buzz! The moment Yifan's fingers touched the fire Kiran's dragon head, two fiery lights lit up from the fire Kiran's eyes. Tongue! A large ball of red flames soared up from the fire Kiran's body. Roar! The fire Kiran, covered in flames, let out a soft roar and slowly stood up from the yin-yang ghost seal. It shook its dragon head a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of flames. It shook the rattling scales on its body and lifted its dragon head to touch Yifan's palm intimately. What surprised Yifan was that the red flames on the fire Kiran's body did not hurt him at all. Instead, it was very warm. Seeing this, Yifan's face revealed a childlike smile. He had wanted to raise a dog since he was young, but his father, Yikong, had always disagreed. Now, he did not raise a dog, but he had a fire Kiran. Chapter 677. Let move around? Yifan asked Onagiro in surprise. It can move around? Of course. Onagiro smiled. You could try if you don't believe me. When Yifan heard this, he lowered his head and looked at the fire Chilan that was surrounded by flames. He said tentatively, You should walk around. Roar! As soon as Yifan finished speaking, the fire Kiran on the yin-yang ghost seal let out an excited growl. Then, it jumped lightly from the seal and landed on the ground. Whoosh! Following a flash of fire, the palm-sized fire Kiran instantly transformed into a real Kiran that was more than 5 feet tall and 9 feet long. Its 4 hooves were stepping on fire, and its body was surrounded by flames. It raised its head and swayed its tail, and its fiery scales shone brightly under the light of the fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blazing fire Kiran shook its extremely handsome dragon head and gently breathed out a few flames. It slowly walked in front of Yifan and looked at Yifan with its large, intelligent eyes. Its gaze was extremely gentle. The blazing fire illuminated Yifan's incredulous face. His mouth was half open, and his eyes were wide open as he stared at the legendary ancient spiritual beast in front of him. He couldn't utter a single word. He didn't expect this spiritual beast to have the ability to transform so much. It could transform from the size of a palm to such a huge size in an instant. Whoosh! Patter! Patter! The blazing fire Kiran's nostrils spewed out flames that were more than half a foot long. Its 4 hooves stomped on the ground, as if it was expressing its goodwill to this new owner in front of it. Yifan slowly reached out his hand and gently stroked the fire Kiran's huge dragon head. His eyes were shining, and his face was filled with excitement. The fire Kiran closed its eyes and seemed to enjoy the effect. The Kiran is one of the spiritual beasts of heaven and earth. It has a revered status and is benevolent. The fire Kiran is the spiritual beast with the most tyrannical spiritual energy among all the Kirans. Lord Bufon will be like a tiger that has grown wings by obtaining this item. Onagiro said with a smile as he looked at the fire Kirin in front of him. It's a pity that this boat is too small. It's a little narrow for it, Yifan said as he stroked the incomparably handsome fire Kirin. Ha ha! Buffon, Kuin, you're underestimating it. Onagiro immediately laughed when he heard Yifan's words. This Fae's spiritual power is extremely high, and it's good at transformation. If it wants to be big, it'll be big. If it wants to be small, it'll be small. If it wants to be big, it'll be big. If it wants to be small, it'll be small. If it wants to be big, it'll be big. If it wants to be small, it'll be small. If it wants to be big, it'll be big. If it wants to be small, it'll be small. When Yifan heard this, he was shocked once again. This fire Kirin's true spirit is already so powerful and domineering. If it finds a physical body in the future, its spirit and body will become one. It's hard to imagine how powerful it will be, Onagiro said with emotion. Brother Guay Mu, you mean to say that the fire Kirin hasn't found a physical body yet? Yifan turned to look at Onagiro and asked in surprise. I just told you that Mr. Guay used the fire Kirin's true spirit and inner core to suppress the resentment and ghostly spirit within the ghost seal, Onagiro said to Yifan. As for the location of the fire Kirin's true body, I'm sure only Senior Guay and the fire Kirin would know the exact location. Brother, you mean that Guay didn't forcibly seal the fire Kirin's true spirit and inner core within the ghost seal? Yifan asked Onagiro. Senior Guay is a sage. Why would he do something so barbaric? Onagiro said, I think that Senior Guay must have a deep relationship with this fire Kirin. The two of them must have reached some kind of agreement that caused the fire Kirin's true spirit to leave its body and its inner core to reside within the ghost seal to suppress the ghostly spirit. You must know that this is a great deed of merit. When the deed is done, this spirit beast will definitely ascend to the upper realm. Yifan nodded after hearing this. The fire Kirin's fate was becoming more and more similar to his. Both of them were accumulating merit. He didn't know if the fire Qilin was doing this for his wife. As Yifan thought about this, he stroked the fire Kirin as if it was an old friend that he hadn't seen in years. Baihu jumped onto Yifan's shoulder and looked curiously at the huge creature covered in fire. The fire Kirin sensed the spirit energy in Xiao Zhao's body and immediately raised its head. It opened its fiery lion eyes and looked warily at Baihu. Baihu didn't back down. She stared at the fire Kirin with her clear eyes without blinking. Fire Kirin, this is Xiao Zhao. She's my little sister, Yifan said to the fire Kirin as he turned his head to Baihu on his shoulder. Xiao Zhao, the fire Kirin is one of us from now on. The two of you must get along well. Don't fight with each other, understand? As Yifan spoke, he looked at the fire Kirin again. Seeing that Baihu was its new master's little sister, the fire Kirin's eyes softened. It was no longer wary. Phew! The fire Qilin raised its dragon neck and lowered its head, using its pair of dragon horns to lightly touch the white fox. Baihu, who was standing on Yifan's shoulder, reached out her front paw and patted the fire Kirin's forehead in return. This fire Kirin probably hasn't eaten for 1,000 years. Buffon, Kuin can feed it something, Onagiro said to Yifan. This Fae is a symbol of benevolence. It only eats immortal herbs and other things. Buffon, Kuin can feed it some fresh fruits or top-grade herbs. When Yifan heard this, he nodded. Xiao Zhao, bring the fire Kirin to eat something, Yifan said to Baihu, who was on his shoulder. When the white fox heard this, it jumped down from Yifan's shoulder and landed on the ground. It looked back at the fire Kirin, then trotted downstairs to the storage cabin. The storage cabin was filled with all kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables. Ninjas would come to replenish it every day. The fire Kirin glanced at Yifan as if it was asking for Yifan's permission. Go on, eat more, Yifan said with a smile as he patted the fire Kirin's head. The fire Qilin nodded and followed the white fox down the stairs with its 4 flaming hooves. After the fire Kirin left, Yi-Fan sat down across from Onijiro and asked, "If the Fire Kirin leaves the ghost seal, aren't you afraid that the spirits in the ghost seal won't be restrained?" "If it were any other time, the Fire Kirin would never leave the ghost seal," Onijiro said with a smile. "But it's different now. First of all, the Fire Kirin has a benevolent master, and its spiritual power has greatly increased. The spirits in the ghost seal won't dare to act rashly. Second of all, Bufon, Kuin has passed the heavenly tribulation and has the power of thunder in his body, which is the nemesis of these spirits. Therefore, the Fire Kirin will naturally dare to move around without worry." Yi-Fan suddenly understood and nodded slightly. "Bufon Kuin, aren't you curious about what I went out to do this time?" Onijiro asked Yi-Fan with a smile as he picked up his teacup and drank some tea. "Why, Brother Guemu, do you have good news about the 9 cauldrons?" Yi-Fan picked up the teapot and smiled as he refilled Onijiro's tea. No. Onijiro shook his head and smiled. "Brother Yagi and I went out this time, and it has nothing to do with the 9 cauldrons." "Oh, then what is it?" Yi-Fan put down the teapot and asked. "Actually, it's nothing," Onijiro said with a smile. "This time, we didn't go out to perform any mission. Naturally, it's not a secret. It doesn't hurt to tell Bufon Kuin." "Let's hear it," Yi-Fan said with a smile. "This time, Brother Yagi and I went overseas to look for a meteorite that fell into a local river. It was a good job." Onijiro smiled. "I heard that Sato, Kawaki, and Fujita Tsuyoshi, Yokoyama Yugo, and Kamehameha were also sent to other places to search for 2 large meteorites that fell in the local area decades ago." "Looking for meteorites?" Yi-Fan frowned when he heard that. He came from a family of weaponsmiths, so he knew the role of meteorites better than anyone else. Meteorites often contained extraterrestrial iron, which was extremely difficult to obtain. It was an important raw material for making magical weapons. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was fine, so why did he suddenly want to make weapons? Didn't he have one of the 3 magical weapons of Japan, the Sword of Kusanagi? Why did he want to make weapons? All in all, this was definitely not a good thing. "I wonder if Bufon Kuin still remembers Kazukin Sato," Onijiro asked Yi-Fan with a smile. "Kazukin Sato? The blacksmith who is known as the King of Swords in Japan?" Yi-Fan asked. "As far as I know, after Mr. Sato stayed on the battleship for a night, he was taken away by a small boat. As for where he went, I don't know," Onijiro said. "Onijiro, you mean?" Yi-Fan frowned and looked at Onijiro after hearing Onijiro's words. A genius blacksmith and extraterrestrial iron. Even a stupid person could guess what was going on. Onijiro nodded slowly. Yi-Fan didn't say anything. Although he didn't see with his own eyes how powerful the saber made by Kazukin Sato was, judging from Matsumoto Takeyoshi's respectful attitude and the respectful attitude of the masters at that time, the saber made by this person was definitely not ordinary. "When you fought with Ryanosuke Yagyu, did you see the saber in Yamada Shingo's hand?" Onijiro asked Yi-Fan, who was silent. Yi-Fan looked up at Onijiro and nodded slowly. "Bufon Kuin is the eldest grandson of the famous Yi family. Naturally, you can say that you are an expert in judging weapons," Onijiro said to Yi-Fan. "In your opinion, what do you think of this saber?" "To be honest, this saber's combat power is rare," Yi-Fan said calmly as he recalled the scene when Mr. Bai used the saber. To be able to activate the saber energy to such an extent, Yamada Shingo is really not an ordinary master. Yi-Fan remembered the scene very clearly. In the face of dozens of fiery red iron cannonballs fired at the same time, the man in white only waved his saber gently. The saber arc, which was more than 100 feet long, cut all the iron cannonballs in an instant. The shock wave produced even shook the entire sea, creating huge ripples. To tell you the truth, the saber in his hand is a peerless divine weapon made by Kazukin Sato when he was 60 years old, Skybreaker, Onijiro said to Yi-Fan. And as far as I know, when Yamada Shingo used a saber, he didn't activate the saber energy at all. What you saw was just a simple swing of the saber. Onijiro's words made Yi-Fan who had been calm a moment ago, widened his eyes in disbelief. Skybreaker was Kazukin Sato's last saber. It was rumored that this saber was 4 feet long and was as white as snow. There was no pattern on it, except for a golden bell inlaid on the hilt. It was said that every time it fought with someone, this golden bell would make a crisp sound that shook one's soul. After the opponent heard this sound, they would instantly become dizzy and deaf. Yifan originally thought that this saber only contained witchcraft and relied on witchcraft to harm people. He never expected that this saber could release such a domineering saber energy without being activated. He also did not expect this saber to be in the hands of the man in white. He could release such a majestic saber energy without activating it with spiritual power. If he fully activated it, wouldn't the saber energy be like a mountain? And that wasn't even counting the soul-crushing golden bell. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.